good. All right, I gotta reposition my camera. There we are. All righty. Fire up. See where we're at. Okay. Ah, this is just the canister just by itself. Okay. Let's throw in another layer then. I have to isolate this thing on its own too. There. All right, so we'll get everything here to here. Paste that there. Okay, that way we get that whole thing moving. And we have, let's see. Right. Ah, which layer has that one? Ah. Right now, I'm just isolating all these pixels. So we'll get that one. Stamp that in place. Oh, yes. Wait, there's like other people streaming animation in progress. That's the thing. It's like I guess like whenever I how do I explain this? Like there's different ways in which you can go about doing video where you actually spend a lot of time doing nice editing and you kind of cut it together so that you can get a gist of the entire process just by watching edited footage. And then the other way to do it is to just broadcast the whole process. I guess this is more of like a work stream than like, here's an abbreviated version of how it's all done. And that's what I've always been doing. Like, I've primarily been doing like work streams. That's why I've been using Twitch, because Twitch is more suited for work streams than it is for edited content. And I would say like edited content makes for better entertainment. Like, really, seriously. It's because they cut out all the boring stuff. But if you really wanted to see what it's like to work on animation, and you didn't want to have any of the boring stuff glossed over, then a work stream is I guess better in that respect. Okay, gotta find that layer. Oh, is it this one? No. I gotta find out which layer has like the guy holding the. Oh, wait, that's the end frame. Okay. Right. Okay. So here's the end. All right, so that's where he ends. Then it cuts to that, and then we go to that. Okay. Right. Everything has been properly isolated into their own frames. All right. Or rather, into their own layers. That's what I meant. And then the other thing I can do is okay. I'm just gonna fast forward. Let's see. I think this would be an important key frame right here. So what I did is I've just placed one frame there. This way I can down. Up. I'm looking for the pivotal points. Catch there. And maybe here would be another good point. Okay. Adjust my light table a little bit. You know, at the start of, like, on the previous stream, at the beginning, there was a lot of time spent in just planning. And it occurred to me why it is that planning is important. Planning is less important if you're just going to work on a small project, because the small project, everything you're going to do fits in your head. If you're going to do a larger project that spans multiple scenes, then it gets harder to remember. Well, especially when you get older, it gets harder to remember everything that you're going to have to do. And then it's even worse if you don't have a lot of time to work on animation. Like in my case, like I'm primarily a programmer. I work on a video game, and so I only have the Saturdays to work on animation. And so if you're coming back to your project, once a week, like, people get this idea that you need really long, uninterrupted blocks of time, and meaning like you got to be able to work on a thing for, say, months. And this is where planning comes in, because what planning does is it means that after a week of not working on the project, you can jump back in, look at your plan, remember what it is that you are working on. So in this case, I can go back to my plan, which was right here, and I can see these were all the idea. These are just there to jog my memory, just to remember, like, oh, what are all these different scenes? What are we working on right now? Oh, we're working on this scene right here. It's like, all right, it's like it just kind of helps remind you where in the whole story you're working. And then the other thing about a plan is there's such a thing as over planning. And over planning means that you plan to the point where you've got everything, everything you're going to do down to the tiniest detail. And the reason that over planning is not really that good is because, well, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. So it means, so yeah, like no plan survives first contact with the enemy. So it means that things don't always go according to plan. And especially if you plan everything out. If you plan everything out, then that is, the more things you have planned, the more things that will not go according to plan. So for me, when I make a plan is a combination of things. It's a structure to help put my brains back together again and to focus me. So that's what a purpose of a plan is, to focus me into a set of goals that I'm going to achieve along the way. It's waypoints along the way and a rough idea of the path, but I don't map out every single footstep, right? Because as you're going along, you're going to be like, oh no, I better put my foot over there. Oh, hang on, well, let's not put my foot on that shaky rock over there. Let's put my foot over there. You got to have room to adjust. So the important thing of a plan is you don't plan the route, but don't plan every fucking footstep. Plan the path, not every single footstep. And the other thing is that this is an outline of goals, right? It's like when you look at the goal, you're like, okay, this is the feeling I want. Haha, that's funny. That would be pretty nice to make. Let's make an animation that gets that feeling, right? It's to motivate you, right? Like a plan should be something that motivates the person who looks at it, right? If you see like these funny, goofy pictures, it's like, okay, that's pretty funny. Let's make a scene that's goofy and funny as well, right? Like it motivates you. It's important that you have that it's rough enough. And maybe the word is not rough. Like the concept of rough means sloppy. Okay, it's not that it's gonna be sloppy. It's more like it's vague. There's enough vagueness. There's enough open. It's open-ended enough. It's open enough that you can, or loose enough that it's not so tight and rigid. It allows you to make changes along the way, right? So that's what I mean by not planning on every single freaking footstep. You don't draw a finished frame, unless you're working, I guess maybe Disney or if you're working on your own projects and you want to maintain motivation, then you've got to leave the door open for yourself. You've got to leave the door open for your own sense of artistry. And what I mean by your own sense of artistry, meaning that if everybody's telling, okay, you must do this and this and this and this with like an iron fist, all right? Okay, look, it's very hard to be creative when you're fisting yourself, all right? So don't iron fist yourself. Okay. So yeah, it's you remember when you had a storyboard with a script, and you came back 2 days looking at your storyboard, and you're like, what the fuck is this? That's another thing, right? It's like, look, the things should be open to change. Like until when you can't change things, you can't change work. Meaning if you've worked on it, you've drawn it and you've finalized it, and it's a piece of something that will actually appear in the final work. You can't change it. Well, because if you change it, you're throwing it out. You can't change work. I'll tell you that much, all right? but plans should always be open to a certain amount of change. And so there are certain goals that we got to pass through, but the path there may be a little wibbly wobbly. We'll have to adjust for it. You're always going to try and hit those goals, right? But if you set up if you plan out every single fucking footstep as a goal, well, enjoy being a slave to your own plan. Enjoy the tyranny. Enjoy being iron fisted the whole fucking way through. And it's just, it's going to wear your anus out, by the time you get to the first goal. And you're going to hate your plan. You're going to hate your project, and you're going to burn out. So don't. You've got to make it so that you can have a little fun while you're animating. You've got to have this is what I fucking say like a broken record is, you've got to have an enjoyable process, or you won't keep doing it. You just this message is hidden for no, show it because that's funny. Yeah, it's it's like, look, you got it. Don't take all the joy out of the work. You've got to have a process that's fun to follow. And so, this is the thing. If you're working on your own project, you are leading yourself, right? You're leading yourself through the whole process. And so that means, you've got to motivate yourself. You've got to don't kill off your own motivation. Like, I know that you've got, I guess when you work in a larger studio, you're trying to, people will try to get a consistent look. They want to make it so that every animator knows exactly how their stuff looks. And I guess in that case, what they'll still do is they'll still do model sheets, right? And the model sheets are really there to show what characters will look like when they're sitting still, what they look like in some of the keyframes. But the model sheets, people, they go off the model sheets when they're doing a fucking blur. I mean, there are no model sheets for the blurs and the smears. When a person's going, and their face is stretching, like, excuse me, they don't care about the model sheet at that point, right? People tyrannize themselves constantly in art. And, art is, for something that's supposed to be about self-expression, enjoy the self-expression of tyranny. It's like, don't. So in this case, I'm going to be drawing the. I want this guy to like catch this thing with both hands because the thing is that the cylinder is going. It's like he's tossing it up in the air, and he goes, huh, and he catches it at the bottom, right? Like that's what I want. I want him to catch it and kind of toss it to himself, and I also want. Let's see. I want him to put a hand here, and I want there to be a bit of slide. So I want him to have, like one hand catch the thing and slide it up and direct it. So he's going to catch it here at the front, and as this thing is going around, that hand's going to slide to the back end of it. So, and so what you're seeing with these little circles, these are where his hand's supposed to be, but the hand is not. You'll notice I'm not drawing every single finger. It's not even a mitten hand. The hands, the reason why I'm drawing the hands is because the hands are where the forces are applied. This is where the forces are exerted. It means that when we catch the cylinder, this is where forces act upon objects to change their direction, to accelerate them, to turn them. We're following Newtonian physics here, right? Objects in motion continue in motion, continue. Objects that are doing something will keep on doing whatever the fuck it is they're doing until something external comes along and acts upon it. So what I'm doing is I'm drawing the key points, these important points when an outside force, namely the person, acts upon this cylinder, which is a Newtonian mass. You got a question. Is it better to have a flat surface like it looking down at a desk or a chalkboard kind of setup? This is not a chalkboard. Well, this is not like a perfect 90-degree like chalkboard setup. This is more of a 45-degree angle. And so what I'd say is Here, we're just going to doodle off to the side for a second. But if you're standing here, and let's say, okay, I'm like leaning. Well, actually, no. Am I? No, I'm actually not leaning. I've got a pretty good fucking posture. Like, surprise, surprise. I'm not leaning back, but I am, keeping my head more or less like this. And okay, so something like this. Ass is on the chair. I do have a little bit of lumbar support, which is also important. So yeah, I do have some lumbar support, and my chair only goes up to here. So there is a backrest, but backrest is really there to hold the lumbar support, if anything. Okay, so I got my lumbar support, and then the other thing is, yeah, my arm is allowed to drop down like this. Elbow is free, and then it's more like this. So there's a reason why I'm operating like this. And there's a reason the tablet is kind of 45-ish degree is because, or actually it's not really, it's more maybe, yeah, more like this. Okay. Reason why is because this is the pivot point. I like to draw using my shoulder and, maybe my elbow a little bit. And if this is where the pen is, then I want everything to kind of, whoops. I want everything to rotate around that. That's why. I want to be able to go up and down. Like the board is actually maybe more like this. So the thing is that the pen can kind of slide up and down on this plane. And so I want something that's kind of, more tangential to this sphere. Right? Whereas if the plane is like this, then it's like, oh crap. We got a bit of a problem because now it's like going this way. All right. If it's like straight up and down here, then this is kind of also not so great either. And ideally, I want it so that I'm looking at this thing like that, straight on. I want the screen to be facing me, right? But this is tiring if I'm up here. This is a lot better. And then not only that, I got like this little shelf, and I can rest my arm, my hand, and like this stuff can all rest on the shelf. It's really comfortable, really really comfortable. Do I specify hand exercises in warm-up for drawing detail art because your hands ache? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the thing is that if you're doing this, all right. If you're doing this, you're putting a lot of strain on your carpal tunnel. The carpal tunnel. So back when we were kids, Asian kids, we would get a hold of chicken feet because Asian people or Asian cuisine occasionally, well, let me put it this way. If you're living in a communistic regime, they find ways to use all the food, use all parts of the animal, including the feet of the fucking chicken. All right. So the thing is that if you eat chicken feet, all right, they have it where you can pull on the tendons and the fucking chicken foot does this. My hand, incidentally, looking very much like a chicken foot. All of the tendons run through a little ligament, a little tube, a little flesh tube called the carpal tunnel. And so if you're constantly working your fingers, you're putting a lot of wear and tear on that little flesh tube. So if you don't want to wear out the flesh tube, don't move your fingers. So the way that I'm working quite often when I'm drawing, like if you look at how I operate, like how much finger movement's going on? Like almost none, right? Even in this case, there's like hardly any finger movement, even with like the smallest motion. I often don't use it. And if it's like if it's a thing that's like really tiny, okay, if I need to do like big curves or big hatching, I'll do this. If I need to do smaller hatching, I'll do this. If I need to do even smaller hatching, I'll do this. And if I need to do even smaller hatching, I'll do this. The magic trick is that the hatching, if you're working digitally, no matter how big your hatching is, the physical movement is still down to the wrist. And the physical motion is always the same. I just zoom in as a way of shrinking the stroke. If I need to shrink the stroke, I just zoom in. So if you can change the canvas, if you suddenly need to change the angle, then don't change the angle of your arm. Change the angle of the canvas, like rotate the canvas. And if you're getting kind of annoyed with having to draw up there, move the thing. There's a certain sweet spot on the tablet. The tablet, like if I draw a circle, I just naturally feel like, anything in this hot zone is ace. If it's outside of the hot zone, move it into the hot zone. If it's too big for the hot zone, shrink it down. If it's too small for your, for you to be able to blow it up to the size of the hot zone. So the thing is that every single one of your brush strokes is the same, and the same brush stroke is like the easiest one for you to perform. You're going to do this stuff 8 hours or 5 hours, day in, day out. You can do it for a long time. You're going to do it for, it's like, look, man, you got to make full use of that biophysics of your anatomy. It's just, sure, you make the best use of your arm. I don't necessarily mean that you have to be drawing with your feet. Well, then again, I do have the tablet. Okay, fine. You don't have to be like putting a pencil in your face and like drawing with that. But understand your anatomy and work with it. Don't work against it, because if you don't, it'll wreck your whole career. And then the other important thing is, okay, well, there's a reason why traditional. You ever seen like real tradition? Sorry, no, not real. They're all real. But I mean, have you ever seen the professional animation tablets that Disney? Oh, correction, Disney destroyed. They completely deep sixed their animation departments. Now they do all CGI. Sorry, I mean, in the past, in the olden days, when they used to do traditional animation, they used to have like a disc. They used to have a big round disc, and the paper that they were working on was on the disc, and they could rotate that thing. So even then, they were still trying to operate the canvas and change the size of it, and so you could do that, and yeah. You ever seen those things? Like they would take a wooden. I used to have one, a big wooden kind of desk. There's a big circular hole cut in the middle of the thing, and you get this big plastic insert, and you just chunk it on there. And there's 2 peg bars. You take one of them out. You don't have to have both of them on. And then you got paper with a special animation punches holes, the little circle dash circle dash type, peg bars, and you stick them on there, and then you could slide the thing left and right. And yeah, it's like they had those things. They're pretty freaking serious. And then after that, you'd have like a bunch of pages that you could put in there, and you'd flip through them. Plus, there's also a light in the back. You could stick a light in the back. Yeah, that was the olden days. That's what they used to use. But I work digitally just because it's so much more comfortable, and I don't have to worry about wasting paper or any of that kind of stuff. It's like don't have to worry about reams and reams of I think working with paper is really good if you've got an infrastructure. You got a bunch of staff on hand to make sure that they take the papers away and they go off to the right place and they go off to scan them. It's good for that. And if you want to, in terms of the exercises, right? The exercises are things like this, right? You would draw, this is to get you to use your whole arm and not your fingers. And then you would do, you could try changing direction. And a lot of it is trying to get it so that the circles go where you want them to go. You could also try shifting the circle around. And then I would also have other I would make my own advanced exercises like That's why they're good exercises, because they're tricky, right? And you're like, oh, okay, I got to coordinate this kind of motion. Donut. And the other thing is, training that 3D sense as well. So trying to draw in the round, trying to draw things that were spherical, and yeah. But if you have a digital monitor tablet, those things are fantastic, because the thing is just like a light table, if not better. So here's another one. So I'm going to put like, so I guess in this case, when the thing is done, when the blood vial is done filling up, then the pressure of it being done filled up, the thing ejects itself. So it's going to eject itself. Then he's going to smack it on the side to get it to deflect. And then he's going to catch it. And then he's going to continue riding that thing up and pushing it in. So right up here, there. Gotta grab it, and he's gonna push it in like that. You can see that's so. Yeah, so here's where it ejects, flies up, he catches it with that hand there, deflects and it falls down here, he catches it here, he deflects it again here, and then he shoves it, boom, in there. Hey, long arm. And like these exercises are good when the purpose of them is you just strolled in from work. Or sorry, you just strolled in from the outside world. You're full of donut and bagel and coffee, and your mind's not all there yet. You're not in work mode yet. And so, you sit down and you're like, okay, your arm's kind of not working the way you want it to, and so you do the exercises just to settle yourself back into working. And yeah, it's like, because the thing is that you might come in with a whole bunch of bad habits, like drawing with your fingertips and stuff, right? If the lines aren't going the way you want them to, just say, all right, I got to reset my brain. Here we go. We'll do some warm-up exercises. And and the thing is like, some people say it's like 15 minutes. I'm like, look, when you feel like you got it, then do it. Okay? Like some people might need 15 minutes. Some people need 5 minutes. But as soon as you feel like you've got it, then put it to work. As soon as you feel like you're ready to work, you're ready to then do it. I might want to clear, like I might not have him stick his hands there the whole time. Like I might have him stand up a bit or something. Like I'm not going to have him with his hands around the thing the whole time. I think I might actually, we'll clear this frame. So he's put his hands. I'll have to stand up. He might put his hands on his hips right here, and then here. Now he's getting ready for it. So we'll clear that, and then let's see. We'll have him put his hands on his hips, like maybe here, something like that. So I might have him just sit there with his hands on his hips, and he's just tapping his foot. So. No, I'm gonna stick his. There we are. You'll notice how I just moved that. Like the line was back here, or his hip line was back there. Now I'm like, no. Let's stick it forward. I just changed the weight distribution. And again, it's like I'm just drawing how I want the thrust of the body. Maybe a little too far back. No, let's shove that over a bit. Better. In fact, I'm going to go straight for the head. So the thing that's tricky is that like we're looking at everything on the slightly tilted angle, so it's throwing off. So what I should do is we'll just rotate this so that now the gravity line is properly okay. That helps like tremendously. right? Don't fight uphill battles. Like if you have a way of changing the situation, don't fight an uphill battle. Not smart. It's like it's not noble. Don't go thinking that you're doing some kind of noble thing by fighting an uphill battle. I'm like, no, if you're just gonna it's like, don't just sit there while like the rocks are hitting you in the face. Like, just stand to the side a little bit so the rocks don't hit you in the face. uh Weight distribution is also really important. You know what? I would say it's like part of it is just feel. Like when I say weight distribution, it's because I felt like something was wrong. And then when I say weight distribution, it's just me putting a word on that feeling so that now we know what that feeling is. But I'm like, something's wrong here. It's like, I need to call it something. It's weight distribution. Okay. And this is a very important thing as well, is finding words for things. You're going to be working, with this art stuff, and it's going to be, there's just going to be times where your hunches are going to tell you something is off, and you're going to understand, or you might make a discovery, but you might not have the words for the discovery, and so finding words for it's very, very important, very very helpful. It allows you to make use of it later. Like, where do I want his shoulders? So that's the thing, right? Is he leaning? Which way is he leaning? And where should I put his hips? And also things like, how are his feet planted on the ground? And maybe I don't want him to be symmetrically posed. In fact, I want him like, oh, I got it. I want him whistling. I want him whistling. Yes, an astronaut whistling with the space helmet. I know it doesn't work, but I know it's like, I'm gonna make it work, and it'll be funny just seeing me somehow make it work. I want him like, and figuring out, okay, where do I want his head to be? The tricky part is, there we are. Okay, head looks like it's a little too far forward. And here's another thing, right? You can just, power of digital, you can start figuring out, okay, where do I want his head to go? Because if I do this, he's leaning really, really far forward. I do this, he's leaning really, really far back. I actually do kind of want his head to be a little symmetrical. But even if this weight balance is right in the middle, you could do this with his hips. You can move his hips over here. So now, mind you, if you move his hips like really, really far out, you got to drop that head down. You got to drop everything down, because the amount of distance from A to B to C, right? You'll notice that the more you shove the hips out to the side, the longer that distance gets. How do I feel about Microsoft Paint? I think that Microsoft Paint is a wonderful program in the sense that so many people, the fact that it's everywhere and that so many people have managed to make some pretty awesome things in it. It's like, look, objectively speaking, as a piece of software, it might be missing a lot of things. A workflow on it might not be the greatest, but you can't knock the fact that that like a lot of people have used it. That a lot of people have used it to make some great things. So Maybe I'll have him twiddling his thumbs or something. That's like this is the thing is I haven't decided what I'm going to have him do. And this is the thing, right? It's like this is a part that's not planned for, right? My thumbnails do not show a plan for what he's going to do while he's waiting. And so there's room for me to figure things out. I can start thinking of like from the span of time from here to here, I got to figure out something that he can do. Right? I got to have him twiddling his thumbs, sitting there with his hands on his hips and whistling. This guy's doing the hip thrust. He's totally going out with that hip thrust. Oh God, no! I just have I had an awful idea. Yeah, I have like a positively awful idea. This is very rude. Okay. Look, I'm of the mind that like if you're lucky enough, okay, if you're lucky enough to have like rude and shocking visions, and you're like, oh man, this would upset people, fucking draw it. Because it's just because the thing is this. At least it's entertaining. It's better to be rude, than boring. Yes. 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 Like exactly. It's like this is what I mean about Microsoft Paint is that you're not going to get bogged down in layers. You're not going to get bogged down in all the fucking features. In the end, when you're drawing, you still got to make the lines. You still got to you still got to get the paint on the canvas. So it's like there's a lot less between you and the software. And when you fire the thing up, like the thing comes up like instant, right? We fire up MS Paint right now. I hit enter. Bang, ready. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay, things open faster than you can get it like a sketchbook open. So, I mean, there's something to be said for that, right? There's a lot of programs where you got to do a whole lot of rigmarole before you can actually begin working. So, yeah. I think again, it's like it's good for a quick idea, and ideas are a fleeting thing, and sometimes it's like if you have like a rough, quick, if you got an idea and it's like, oh, I kind of have a rough idea. This is gonna be a cool idea. Fucking, I just gotta capture it. Then fire it up, get your idea down, save it, load it in your more complex program, and then finish it if you feel like it. Yeah, but I would say that like if you want to use like understand that you don't have to use one program for everything, and if you can capture your idea in a crappy low budget program and later export it to the high budget program and work on it even further, push on it further, then do that. Like it has a role. It has a role. Like I've used MS Paint sometimes to do just like the shittiest comps. Like I'll be reading some manga somewhere, and then in the comments, it's like I just want to quickly throw together an image macro, just because I'm going to make like a shit post. I just want to make a shit post in the comments, and you know what? I'll use MS Paint for that because the tools are shitty, and when I do an image macro and I want to copy and paste two images together, I actually want it to look shitty. I don't want it to look high effort. It shouldn't look high because when people try too hard in an image macro, like image macros, you've got to have the fucking white background. You've got to have the dreams time watermark on the front. Okay, you've got to have the stock 123 fucking watermark across the front because that's part of the charm. That's part of the charm. So you don't go through and nicely erase out all the white background and nicely choose some beautiful no impact. Okay, you use impact with an outline on it and just that fucking simple. All right, if you put too much effort into it, it's like it's somehow I feel like the production values, trying to apply production values to an image macro is distracting from the idea. So just yeah. Because the thing about an image macro is it's like you got this rough idea. You got this, rough idea, and it's spontaneous, and so it means that the putting together of the idea should also be spontaneous. Otherwise, it looks premeditated, and it's like, okay, you tried a little too hard. Yeah, like professionally commissioned. It's you want to know something funny? Said like they used to be called image macros. Like these memes, they used to be called image macros. So I guess I'm dating myself by calling them that. Because the reason why they were called image macros were because before image macros there was ASCII art, right? So the thing is that throwing down an image as opposed to having to explain something, right? You know what a macro is. So that's all. It's a shortcut. So we called them image macros at the time. The lengths that someone would go to make a high effort shit post. Oh, did you guys ever see the one which was like Gladys? Oh god, I can't remember. There was some Australian MP. It was made by Remix Matrix. Yeah, it was Remix Matrix went and did like a fucking Dino Flask tier edit of all of her press conferences and threw together this hilarious fucking that's a fucking high effort shit post. But it's so well done. It's like yeah, I guess that's the thing, right? It's like, there's some editors out there like Dino Flask and Remix Matrix that make these hilarious things. And yeah, they're like these high effort shit posts. I think what it is that in the realm of effort, if there's effectiveness going this way, if your effectiveness was going this way and then there's like effort and then effort. Right. Sometimes I feel like the low effort has like a high effectiveness, and then when you reach a certain kind of tier, it kind of quickly goes. Poof, and it's like, okay, you tried too fucking hard, and then it's like, okay, bro, you're trying really, really. Holy shit, this is incredible, and then it becomes really effective. So there's like an uncanny valley where it's like, no, you actually have to be pretty. You have to put a lot of effort and be really, really competent to be able to come out the other side of it. So yeah, there is kind of an uncanny valley effect when it comes to the amount of effort that you put into a piece of work. And again, I'm going off model here. I just because I'm back in planning stages, right? I'm back in the. It's like I'm doing a storyboard right on the actual panel itself. Oh God, this is so This is very rude. I'm just working on the okay, so I gotta paste that image there. Oh, whoops. There. Copy that. Whoops. Got it by accident. Yeah, it's actually hard to work with a tablet when you're doing those little teeny edits. Okay, so yeah, we'll get that. I mean, a mouse, like, yeah, I've got a digital tablet, but sometimes the mouse is actually better for certain things. Like, digital tablet's good for drawing and not much else. There we are. And then I'll. Oh yeah, like some of the stuff they did, like, have you guys ever seen like the Moby Dick? There was like this. It was like this Moby Dick shit post. It was an MS Paint thing. It was the white whale. There was like that white whale MS Paint. Like that was artistry, man. That was incredible. I thought that was really, really well done. It was beautiful. So we synchronized these two. You can see what's going on. He's the other guy is like, instead of having him do his own thing, I'm having him play along with the other guy's hip thrusts. And so I guess in this case, oh, I gotta switch the timing on the guy with his hip thrust as well. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cut that frame, paste that. So there. Now we've switched the timing on that on purpose, so that there we are. And then I gotta paste one more of these. There we are. Okay, and then I can paste this one in here. Oh, whoops. There we are. So you guys can see how like what I'm doing up here correlates to the timing over there, right? And then finally when he does the final thrust, then the guy can reach forward and catch the thing. So you see how that slight timing there, right? With they're goofing around with a stupid hip thrust, and then finally, he moves forward and he catches the thing. And but just by altering, just by flipping the timing on that works better. I gotta say, it's like I was watching this one art stream where that was actually just yesterday. It was Ahmed's stream, and he was doing like, he was there with like a bunch of other people like Marshall, and they were talking about like there were almost two different ways of or two different kind of ends of a spectrum of working. And one way of working is to be really like work smarter, not harder, right? Where you try and find the most efficient way to work, right? Instead of trying to, like, let's say draw something over and over again, maybe you could work out a macro that repeats the drawing and, you know, speeds it up that way. And then the other way of working is actually work harder, not smarter, where you, well, okay, that's not what they called it. But it was, no, it was about putting in the work. And that means that like you do real hatching and you do tons of it and you really like focus on that. And what I found is that if you work smarter and not harder, you have to spend more time thinking about how it is you're going to do a thing. And it's much more mentally active. And it takes a lot of, you know, if you're doing things that are not routine, it takes a lot of that. However, you've done enough of it, I guess you can get really used to doing those macros and it can speed up. The other way to do it is to sit there doing the hatching. So there's one thing I know about hatching, and that is it's very meditative. Very meditative. You can really sit there and you can just like concentrate on the hatching, and it actually gives you some time to think about what you want to do next. So I know that when I'm animating, I'm not like working constantly, right? When I talk to you guys, it allows my brain to wander. I need to allow my brain to wander because sometimes there's little problems that I need to solve. Sometimes I don't know exactly what it is that I'm gonna work on. I will let my brain wander if I don't know exactly what it is that I need to focus on. And then I'll be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do that afterwards. So yeah, it's like I like to do. I'm probably of the third. Maybe if it's not a spectrum, but rather a triangle, I'm on the third end of the triangle where I'm like, no. I actually fart around a lot to let my brain wander. It's like in the back of my head, I know that I need to get to this particular goal. And while I'm farting around, I'm thinking about how I want to do it. So I'm looking at these and I'm seeing like there's a lot of this repeated, right? This is a loop. 4 4 4 4 4 4. That's a 4 4 loop, right? So I don't want to have to change this one and then have to paste it over and over again because it's a looping animation. I just want to. He's going to move forward and he's going to catch. He's going to. Yeah, then he's going to move forward. And then there's that. And then I needed to replay these 8 frames. So what I'll do is I'll jump forward and I'll do something called. There's something called image repeat. Somewhere in here. Repeat images. Yeah, here we are. Set repeat image. Repeat the last 8 images. Good. And let's see how far I need to make it go. Like all the way up to. Oh, okay. And then I can get rid of that. All right, there. There, so you see that? This is repeating. Ding, 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 ding. It's repeating. So it's going to take these 4 frames. It'll take these 4 frames, and now it'll loop it. And now all I have to do is only change these 2 cells, and it will be, whatever changes I make to these cells will be duplicated over this span of frames as well. Yeah. It's okay. You are correct in that it is go with the flow, but I'm also someone who likes to find the flow as well. Or rather, I should say, I like to. It's like if you are buried in your work and constantly hatching, and you're only, or if you're like thinking about, okay, what am I going to do in this particular step? I'm going to do that particular. It's like if you're buried in the trench, you can't get any overall picture. You can't tell where this is going. And so I like to get out of the trench every now and then. Talk to people, fart around, talk about animation. And then I'm like, oh yeah, why don't I just do this? Like there are so many times where when I'm programming, I get stuck on a problem, and I'm like, and if I just keep trying to work on the problem and look around the code and try and solve, it's like I never fucking find it. It's always when I'm like, well, fuck it, I looked all over this thing, I'm fucking mad and I'm frustrated. I'm just gonna go off and eat food and take a shit and then partway through I'll be like, oh yeah, why didn't I try that? So yeah, it's like, you do need, like, if you're chopping wood, okay, more swinging of the axe winds up with more wood chopping, but the thing is, you could actually spend some time sharpening the axe as well. Now, mind you, if you go off and you play like something like, say, Minecraft, or you start playing some Dota. Okay, the reason why that doesn't work, the reason why playing a video game doesn't work, is because the video game gives you a task to follow, and then your brain begins to focus on that, and it doesn't get to. If I talk with you, on the other hand, my brain gets to wander, right? And it at least, and when it's wandering, it's not wandering far from the subject matter, right? I've got the animation up there. I'm doodling around, and my brain's not wandering far. You go off and you play Dota, or you go and you play some video game, it's like your brain will get sucked into that one thing, and then it's no longer wandering anymore. It's wandering in a different place, in a very, very tight, confined area. Yeah, okay, so I like this because this is extremely obscene. They're performing a very obscene act, and yet it's still like PG-13. Like, oh my god, it's like I've seen people, like, I've seen the hip thrust. It's no worse than twerking, really, but to actually see somebody else playing along with it and watch these two people goofing around like this is like, I've never seen that. Awesome. It's perfect. It's edgy. I like edgy. When I was a kid, I loved watching Ren and Stimpy. Ren and Stimpy, Beavis and Butthead, all that. Those were the days, man. Back when MTV was, actually had some entertaining, they actually made entertainment. Those animations, they actually had like entertaining animations. Because the problem is that, once you got all the corporate sponsors and stuff, it's like, okay, now, fun time's over. Everything has to be sanitized, and it's like, no, I could never operate in that sphere of things. Right. Yeah, so yeah. Also, here we are. Yeah, I have to eliminate this bit here. So some of these are planning drawings that I get rid of. It's a scaffolding, right? So what I mean by a scaffolding is that if you're working on, doing some building repairs, you set up scaffolding around the building and you refurbish the outside. When you're done, you take the scaffolding away. So that's what this is. I'm just like stripping away the scaffolding if it's no longer necessary, or if it will actually interfere with the work. So you have to know how to switch. Oops. You got to know how to switch over, or you have to find. Sorry. Damn it. I want to change away from the phrase "you got to know." It's like, no. You have to find ways You have to find ways to switch over from your rough plan to your finished stuff. You gotta find those ways. I don't like to say you gotta know, like, really? It's like, oh sure, here, you just know it. It's like, no, you have to find ways. So I'm gonna change. I'm trying to change how I say things because finding ways is a little bit more proactive. Yeah, the blue diagonal line is kind of like the horizon line, or it's the surface they're standing on, which is like it's not they're not standing on a perfectly flat surface. So this guy has to. So in these 4 frames, he has to move to this position. This guy has to move from there to there. Hey, Andy. Like, everything changes. All right. Nothing stays the same all the time. There's a reason why things might start out good and then they become crappy, right? Later on. I'll answer your question in a bit. There's a reason why things start out really good and then become crappy later. They start out good, and I won't say they magically start out good, but rather somebody gets an idea. They're bored of a thing. They're like, okay, I'm bored. I wish things were like this. They have a plan. They make an attempt. They carry it through. Sometimes it fails and becomes nothing. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's like, let's try it out. They manage to actually finish the thing. And they're like, hey, this is actually pretty fun. And they keep doing it. They're like, let's keep doing it. They keep doing it. It may gain some traction and it becomes successful. When things become successful, then people are like, oh, let's jump on the bandwagon. And they like to attach things to it, right? They're like, okay, well, let's set up some advertisers and we'll attach some commercials, get some commercial value out of it. Okay, at that moment, things are now changing, all right? Because in the beginning, there was no advertiser crap at all. People don't, they didn't think that they were going to go sticking a bunch of advertisers on it. They thought they were just going to make something edgy and entertaining. And people naturally, I think people like to be entertained, and they will naturally be entertained by things that are out there and edgy and offensive or not sanitized. Okay. They want something that's a little out there and a little, fucking different. Also, hang on. I have to remember there is a reason I'm doing this. Okay, so this is part of why how often I plan to have these animation workshops, which is every week on Saturdays. I also fucked up earlier because I forgot to put the PayPal link. This PayPal does not go to me. This is for. There we are. Okay, I completely forgot to put in the PayPal link. There's a whole reason I'm doing this thing. Okay, good. The PayPal link is on the description. All right, good. Whew. All right. So right now, the Hurricane Ida Damage Fund. This is for my friends. My friends got their house wrecked. The Hurricane Ida came along to fuck their whole career up. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll help direct some people to their PayPal. And so I was just going to say, rip and tear until the job is done. So I got another 19 days on this. Let's see. We started at 2308.69. They haven't seen any. Oh, it's still refreshing. It's loading. Well, okay, right. So that's why I'm doing it, right? I was planning on doing it until, oh gosh, we already got like $10 in there. Awesome. Awesome. So this is really good. It's like in the span of like this is great, right? It's like I noticed that over the course of the week, you know, it's like the number of donations dropped off. But I noticed that when I start the streams up, it's like then the donations start again. So it's like this is great. We are our stream. We're the ones moving this thing along. We're pushing the cart, guys. We're pushing the cart. So I'm like that like I still came back to this because I enjoy doing this. I enjoy talking with you guys, but I'm also like, oh, this is nice. We're pushing the cart. So, and I don't know. I don't think they're going to get. Well, okay. I hope they have other things going along to push that thing forward as well. But I'm gonna do my part. At least I can say to my friends, it's like, it's too bad you only let the thing run for a month. You got to give us more time. Come on. Yes. And thank you, Andy. I'm guessing that Andy B is on the donation page. It says like, is the Andy B over there? I'm like, oh, I can correlate. Thank you very much, Andy. It's if I knew some way to make it so that like to hook up their PayPal so that when someone donated, I don't know. find some way to hook all that stuff up. But yes, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So I guess what I could do is, okay, maybe I don't know exactly where his hands are going to be, but I'm going to do this. I'm going to do like little motion streaks. I just want the hands to kind of come up like this. And then let's see. And I'm going to work backwards and forwards. So I'm going to get rid of that. Okay, so that's all I know, right? I just feel like something is moving this way. Except I screwed that up. And I'm going to move these ones down a bit. I'm going to move this one. There we are. You seeing that? These squiggles, they actually show a bridge. This is a phrase I'm going to use. I'm going to call it, yeah, exactly. So as you can see, like these squiggles, they serve to bridge the hands. It's a spatial bridge. No, wait. We are bridging time and space because we have 4 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? We got, or even 3 frames. I've got 3 frames or 3 in-betweens that I'm trying to bridge. I'm trying to bridge time and space between these 3 frames. And I got to find a way to get the hands to go from here to here. And so I'm just drawing little squiggles which will they're taking up the space over a span of time. And I'm trying to do so in a way that you know is as non-jarring as possible, as smooth as possible. So these things almost act like a blur. It's a squiggle blur. And sometimes it's like if one of those squiggles jumps out, then I'll erase it and redraw it. So it's a very low investment. It's very, very low investment in terms of effort. Low effort investment. And you'll notice that I work backwards and forwards. I'll move that back a bit. The shape's good, but the placement's wrong, is bad. So I adjust the placement. There we are. Yeah, that feels way better. So you can see that I've bridged those two. And then even this is like, this is the bridge. This is the squiggle bridge. Uh, there we are. And this is the other thing, right? It's like if you were to look at the if you just look at the squiggle itself, you know, it looks like a fucking meaningless squiggle. And that's the thing, is that the squiggle has no meaning over if you're not looking at the squiggle over a span of time, it has no meaning. It's a temporal spatial bridge. So if you're just looking at one single squiggle, it's like it has no meaning. It is linked to the transition of time and the transition of space. If you try to look at it as a single illustrative frame, it's meaningless. You have to scrub the animation. You have to flip it, or the squiggle will mean nothing. And this is one of the differences between this is one of the differences in mindset between an illustrator who works on a single image or a still image versus an animator, is that we don't draw things. We draw the motion of things, and we create temporal spatial bridges when we're in betweening. So I can, in this case, I could just look at the leading edge of his helmet, right? He's got to go from here to here. And the other thing I'll do is that you can work forwards in time from this frame. This is going forwards to go here. And then you can work backwards, which is going from here back to there. So what I mean by this is if I'm going to work forwards, then I'm going to start pushing this thing in this direction. But if I work backwards, then I'm going to pull it back to that position. So I'm working forwards in time here, forwards in time to there. In fact, I probably pushed this too far forward. But we're going forward and backward in time like that. And even though spatially it's not, this is a very small movement, right? Like we're only traveling in the span of 4 frames. We're only going this far. But there's a lot of rotation occurring as well, right? Because this helmet is not just sliding. Like there's translation through space. Then there's rotation. So this is rotation through space that we're also dealing with as well. So it's a combination of, so I got to make it so as he moves from this position here, he's looking, kind of forward towards that canister. But when we're here, he's facing the camera. You watch a couple of videos where they say keyframes are the best to plan out your sequence. It's more like intuition to fill the missing bits. Intuition is required to fill in the bits. You are correct. Specifically, I would say you're dealing with the use of the imagination. And the imagination, if we were to break down the word imagination, there is the word image in imagination. So you need to generate a mental image of what is in the missing gaps. In the case of performing in-betweens, you are interpolating, meaning that you see where things must end up. You see where things must start and where they must end up, and then you have to interpolate. You need to create the bridge, the spatio-temporal bridge between the two over a span of times. So when I do this flipping stuff, right, if I don't have these frames, then the thing just seems to teleport. It snaps from one place to the other. But as I flip it over a course of 4 frames, my mind begins to interpolate and create images of the transition from A to B. So as an example, if I were to create, here, I'm just going to set up a 4-frame, or actually, let's say no, screw it. We'll just do a 2-frame, okay? So there's just a little 2-frame, right, we have a little 2-frame setup. So if I have, let's say, this thing here, and then on the second, so this is the start frame, and this is the end frame, all right? Boink, 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 boink. Now it's teleporting. Now, if I go in and throw in one additional frame in between, this is where the brain needs to interpolate and create the image. So in this case, we can say what happens in between. I could do this. I can draw in a squiggle like this. Right? I could do something like this, and this is like a quick dip like that. Or I could say, what if I do this? Oh, I got it. Just by throwing in that blur, I can think, oh, okay, I'll just smear this out. He's kind of, yeah, okay. And maybe I'll move that down a bit. Oh, that's better. Okay. Then here I'll throw in another in between. And and maybe we need another one here. Maybe one here just to slow it down a bit. So yeah, we'll have it just begin moving. Oh, whoops. My bad. I got to go forward by 1 frame. Oh, I need to put in a bookmark there. Okay, there. Now I can roll it backwards. I just want it to budge forward a little bit. Just initiate its motion. There we are. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You're exactly. You're creating, and this is important, right? Is that you said fooling yourself into something is there. That's because we are creating an illusion. We're creating the illusion that physical objects are traveling through time and space. And in order to create an illusion, illusions are like magic tricks. We fool people. We're fooling, and in order to be able to fool people and create these illusions, we first have to fool ourselves. So that's how that works. And gradually, we fill in the gap with our imagination. We use our imagination to we just throw a bone. We're just throwing our imagination a bone. We throw a bone here, and then it just says, oh, okay, well, with that little bone, I think it'll look like this. I think it'll look like that, right? It's like, look, if you take, it's like if you take a basketball and we put it at the top of the stairs, but we kind of put it like, if we don't stick the basketball, like if we stick the basketball here and we just let it go, fucking nothing's going to happen, right? Because if everything's level, nothing's going to happen. On the other hand, if we take the basketball and we put it like this, okay? So the center of mass is now like over the lip of it. Well, we can kind of tell, like our imagination saying that thing's going down. Not only is that thing going down, but it's also going down and a little bit to the side as well, because this is the point of contact, and it's gonna fall. It's gonna push in like an arc like that. That's what's gonna happen. But also momentum is really gonna carry the thing on a tangent, and it's gonna wind up falling kind of like this. But gravity is also gonna accelerate it, so it's gonna kind of take a more of a more ballistic trajectory, and it's going to do something like this is how imagination works, right? Imagination looks at how the start of things. This is extrapolation, by the way. The imagination looks at the existing situation, knowing all the forces, knowing all the thing that's going on. It will create images. It will simulate what's going to happen next. And so when you create keyframes, you're creating beginning states. This is the beginning state, and you're creating ending states. And you're allowing your imagination to create the necessary images to interpolate what the fuck's going on in between. It's going to create images for something that isn't even there. Yes, that's right. It's like the imagination is something where you can be very, you can apply a lot of critical thinking to it. You can apply a ton of critical thinking to it, and you can, like for me, my imagination, I just treat it like if you had a rack mount bunch of computers. It's like cloud computing, right? It's like, oh, okay, well, we're just gonna send that thing off to the render farm. We're gonna let it like compute what happens next. Like I literally treat my imagination just as a simulator. It's a simulation engine of sorts. Based on what I know, based on the rules that I've given to it, I can treat it like a simulation engine. And it does its thing. Right. So this is how you can work at like rough animation. You're doing the keyframes. And you'll notice that I'm not trying to illustratively create the ball. I'm not trying to make a perfect sphere. I'm just like, it needs to flow through space like this. So that's what these are, right? That's what all these in-betweens are. I'm just like, yeah, it kind of does this. Right? I'm not iron fisting the thing. I'm just like, it's going through this space from A to B. This is how it mushes through. And the more that you're willing to kind of give, like if you iron fist everything, you're not giving your imagination any room to operate. You're like, it needs to go like this. and your imagination is going to be like, okay, hands off. I'm not touching that. On the other hand, if you leave things open, if you leave your work, if your work has gaps within it that your imagination is going to go in and fill, then it will help you out. And if you don't let your imagination, if you don't give your imagination any room to work, then expect the process of working to be very rigid. Expect to be feeling like, well, I got to show up and work, and I got to do this, and I got to do that, and I got to do everything myself. That's the thing. If you iron fist everything, expect to do every goddamn thing yourself, your imagination will not help you. Your imagination is going to be like, okay, I guess I'm not needed. On the other hand, when I work, I'm like, okay, here's the start, here's the end. I'm not going to decide everything. Imagination, go. And the imagination is like, oh, I got to fucking work. Figure out what's in the middle there. And the neat thing about the imagination is it kind of works for free. I mean, the only thing that it needs is just the starting and the end, the starting point, the end point, and it needs to be well rested. Okay, that's all. It just needs to be well rested. And so I talk to you guys, and I just take my time on things. And if I have a clear picture of what I got to do, then I do that. Yeah, I know a lot of the modern animations, like it's all this 3D CGI, right? Because, well, look, what's a 3D computer do, right? What is rendering on a computer? A computer, like I think of computers as imagination machines, because the computer, you're saying, hey computer, let's suppose we had a box. Let's suppose we had a surface made of these triangles. Let's have a surface. We're going to run it through a tessellation algorithm, which will determine how to split the thing up into triangles. These are the vertexes. This is the surface. This is the algorithm by which we have a light here. It's shitting out this many photons. The surface is angled like this. And, how bright would the surface be? These are the material constants. This is how reflective it is, how much absorption there is. This is the diffuse, the core diffuse color. Here's some texture maps. What if? It's what we do to computers. What if this? What if that? What if these are the parameters? What if? And these are the rules. What if this? What if that? And the computer just simulates everything. And it comes up with an image. We let the computer do our what we've done with computers is we have outsourced our imagination to them. I'm not saying computers are bad or evil. They're just tools. Okay? People made them, we taught them, and we delegate things to tools. We don't try to drive hammers with our meaty fists because it's very painful. We will injure our fists. We delegated it to the heavy metal head of a hammer, and we simply invested a certain amount of energy into the head to get it accelerated, and we drive the thing and we just simply steer it towards the hammer, to the nail, and boom. We delegate to tools. And so if you delegate everything to the computer, all of the imagination of the computer will expect to have things looking kind of rigid. And so, yeah, well, I mean, it's not so much that, no, the AI doesn't take over. It's not a takeover. It's a handover. The AI is just a tool. It sits there like a dumb shit. Instead, what happens is people say, I couldn't be bothered. Let's let the computer handle it. It's a handover. It's not a takeover. And this is basically like a lot of the, if people are complaining about like losing their freedoms and there's all these terrible tyrannies, you know what? Sometimes people have to consider that maybe they handed it over. They're like, oh, that's too much of a giant fucking pain in the ass. So I gotta worry about how to balance all the checkbooks, and it's like, fuck, just let these other people handle it, right? And the thing is that we're off. It's not only that. It's like, look, I understand that delegation is a necessary, very necessary. Like, we wouldn't have gotten this far without delegation, all right? It's like, you want to fucking fix the roof on your house? It's nice to delegate that to an expert. It's nice to delegate that to somebody who basically has found it their calling in life to climb up on rooftops and fix the fucking things and get all the materials. And you know what? Thank God for that. Like, it's a really wonderful thing. But whenever you delegate to a roofer, you're like, well, fuck, I got to spend the money. I got to pay this guy. Oh, well, there's actually more than one roofer. There's like several roofers. And this guy, well, let's see the reviews on him. And let's see the work that he's done. Let's see some photographs of it. Let's see some testimonials. Weigh it. It's like, this guy's kind of more expensive, but he does a really good fucking job. He's got some strong testimonials. It's like, I feel kind of confident with this guy. This other guy, on the other hand, he's really cheap, but on the other hand, it's like, I wonder how good his stuff's going to be. And like, what's the warranty on his work? Right? Let's see. So you got a bit of a stake in the game, all right? Is that whenever you're delegating to the roofer, you've got a stake in the game. You got some skin in the game. You're gonna suffer if you pick the wrong roofer. On the other hand, you could say, oh man, picking a roofer's a giant pain in the ass. Let's just delegate the work to a person who's gonna choose a roofer for me, right? And we'll just throw some, figuring out how much money to throw at them. We'll let somebody else decide that. It's like, imagine if like, it's kind of like that way with like going with health professionals, right? It's like, oh man, I got to pick like a doctor and I got to compare within the doctors. You know what? We'll just let the state handle it. I don't want to worry about how much money. Let's just pay taxes. I don't know how much taxes I should pay. Let's let them figure it out. It's like, you can go through enough layers of delegation that at some point it's like at some point you can't really complain that they're doing a bad job of it. And yeah, it eventually goes out of your control. You gave up the control. And so it's the desire for convenience. It's not evil to want convenience. All right, it's natural. I want convenience. Everyone wants convenience. It's just sometimes sometimes there's a necessary amount of suffering. There's some things like deciding how you're going to wipe your own fucking ass, all right? Like there's some things where I'm sorry, you're just going to have to do it your goddamn self. And you're going to have to suffer through it, and you're going to have to smell your own shit, all right? That's living. Surprise. And so I think if you delegate things that you really should be dealing with yourself, you're going to have to accept that you are kind of the cause of your own suffering by delegating it. But same thing with CGI, right? It's like you delegate enough to the computer and you're like, man, this stuff looks stiff and lifeless. It's like, yeah, it's because you delegated people out of the equation. So that's just how it is. Like there is at some point, and that's the other thing, right? Is that you have to understand that human beings are actually a collection of things. My imagination, I have separated myself from my imagination to quite a degree, where I actually am very conscious of my imagination as a separate being that works. It's this weird other guy that works upstairs, and there's certain ways in which I talk to the weird guy upstairs for the imagination. And so when I work, I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm going to delegate some things to my imagination, as opposed to top load thinking, well, I'm going to just brute force it the whole time. So if you never delegate anything to your imagination, if you leave absolutely no room to it, expect your work to look very stiff and expect to get tired. Expect the part of you that you consider to be yourself, the part of you that does things consciously, expect that part to get burned out. It's like if you want to lift everything with your pinky finger, expect your pinky finger to get very tired. I'm going to lift this wheelbarrow full of cement with my pinky finger. Yeah, your pinky finger's going to get fucking tired. It's because you're not using your whole self. And it's like if you never use your imagination, it's like, well, great, you're going to work with two of your brain cells, right? And that's working pretty dumb. I have to. You're not using any of the deep structures in your brain, which are more advanced. They're more advanced. They're more deeply evolved than your neurofrontal cortex. Like I think you're placing a little too much credit. You're giving your neurofrontal cortex a little too much credit. Yeah, I know there's an art book called Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain. If I ever make an art book, it'll be called Drawing with the Whole Goddamn Brain. Draw with the whole goddamn brain, please. Like I have that. I've had that book. I don't know if I have it anymore. I don't know where the fuck it is. I just know that book was like, oh yeah, it's about like getting your fucking, you're getting your left brain to shut up. To be fair, like towards the end, it actually does say, it's like, okay, how about letting your left brain back in? But people like to quote that book a lot without having actually read it. And let me just say that there's very very little of the art in that book that is showcased there do I actually really like. Like I don't know. It's like I don't like none of the style. It's like there's no anime, there's no waifus in any of this. It's like There we are. This guy has a Tom Cruise center tooth. Look at that. That's a fucking Tom Cruise center tooth right there. You got the PDF of that book. Look, it's probably not a bad book. I wouldn't say go through the book and try and rip it. It's just that book is like every time I hear normies talk, and whenever I hear normies talk about art, they're like, "Oh yeah, like drawing on the right side." I'm like, "You guys ever read that fucking book?" Center tooth. No, you guys didn't know that. Like, here, hang on. You just look it up. Where's yeah, Tom Cruise center tooth. He's got a center tooth. Look, look. He has a center tooth. Okay. No. All right. So here's what's actually happening. The middle of his teeth are right over here. Like that's between his two incisors, the front. But yeah, it's like he's got a center tooth. Now do you see it? Now you can't not see it. So yeah, he's got a center tooth. I'm kind of not so crazy about this because it feels very linear and just kind of. It's like I kind of feel like maybe, um, like we're changing poses, but he's hardly moving. That's better. There's a bit of a pull back, and then it goes that way. So there needs to be a little bit of room to retreat. Then it's not just kind of morphing. I'm trying to avoid a morphing look. Yeah. In fact, I'm going to keep the hands on there a bit. So that means that his upper body moves first. There we are. So that way his upper body moves first. Then there's a little bit of latency between when his hands begin there. And I can move that forward. A little better. Much better, right? Now we're not trying to hold him in one spot. He's not so nailed down. I could even move this a little bit back. I think I might have been a little overzealous with that, so let's bring that back. That feels a lot more natural. You know when they talk about dealing with a problem is that you always got to be able to look at the problem with fresh eyes. And the only way that you're going to get fresh eyes is if you spend some time away from the work. So again, my taking these little breaks and talking and going off on giant fucking tangents is literally how I get my fresh eyes again. Because it's just, I need to spend that time away from the work. There are some things, where obviously, you can diddy mouth, fucking plow that shit. But this is not one of them because I'm still deciding how I want the animation to move. And so there's a bit of, I need to give my imagination time to work. And I need time for my brain to kind of like let go of the thing so it can get back on it. There. You can really see that. Just the head and the hands. And you'll be surprised, like a lot of, like you don't have to draw the whole body. I would often draw just the head and the hands and then let my imagination figure out, what to do with the rest of the body. So what I mean is that when I'm drawing the hands from a left-brained standpoint, I'm using the left brain to decide exactly where certain things go, meaning I'll left brain where those head and hands go, and then I'll start flipping the thing and letting my right brain handle the interpolation, the interpolative part of things. I'll let my imagination do that. I'll leave that to my imagination. You can see how this is, right? How that hand is going from this. I'm just trying to get this kind of that flow and inflection. And yeah, it's like great. I got that in the arms. I'm very happy with that. Now to figure out what to do with the rest of the body. I can let that foot rock back. I'm going to keep that foot there. Yeah, so the feet are going to be more or less stationary that whole time. Okay. But yeah, that butt's definitely going to stick out more. Yep, that's good. Because in this case, right, you'll see that this butt line is moving that way while this hand is moving that way. Right? The lower body is working in reverse And then when the hands come forward, then the lower body. Again, when the hands go this way, then the butt goes that way. They move in opposite directions. You can see how that relationship has been worked out. I gotta. Oh. I gotta get rid of that scaffolding. It's here. I'm gonna get rid of it entirely, in fact, for the feet. There. Get rid of the light table. Oh, I got to get rid of the scaffolding here as well. Oh, whoops. There we are. Here's another thing that helps is knock back. So I'll knock this back without completely erasing it. So it's still there and that I can suppress. There. And then another thing you can do is you can break up the foot into multiple pieces. So instead of just thinking of it as a single foot, think of it as there's a toe mass and then a heel mass. So in this case, I want the toe mass to stay in the same spot. Oops. So that's the toe mass. And I'm going to try and root that toe mass. So I can turn on the light table. So yeah, I'm going to redo this. Okay. I want to drop that a little faster. Right. So by treating these two masses separately, it means that the foot becomes more pliable. If you don't separate it into multiple masses, then it becomes like a ski boot. Yeah, it's feeling a little too linear. So I gotta plant that foot a little sooner. There we are. Even sooner. Rather than leaving it in the middle, I'll have it so that it drops down a little bit like this. So it goes like that, and then bang. And this bit here, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to push it down even lower, and then it bounces back. That's boom. You see that? Now it's like a little more forceful. Okay. I'm liking the look of that. Boom. The nice thing is like after making those changes to this frame, those changes have been mirrored to all the other frames. So a little too bumpy. This, and if things are feeling a little too bumpy, meaning if like the lines are kind of going all over the place, then just go in there, find the ones that are causing it to, the ones that are jerking out of the flow, and just either suppress or get rid of them. The idea is to make it so that, like planning, if you do rough drawings, that can be a kind of scaffolding for your work, but also consider that these rough lines are also further scaffolding. So always get rid of scaffolding that is throwing off the whole feel of the piece. So that's much better. And then the other thing you could even do is if you really wanted to get into something that looks a bit more, I guess, rigid. I don't think rigid's the word. Solid. If you want to make something that look more solid, then you do individual mass tracking. Kind of like how I would individually track the heel. So you can, and by individually tracking, meaning that you draw the mass, and then over the course of the animation, you figure out how does that thing. Right now, you'll see how I'm individually tracking that one mass. You'll see that now I'm tracking the knee joint. And that one, like, I know the hip is one giant, like the hip bone's one giant bone, but I'll still track it as two masses. Just like, the foot, I have like a heel mass and a front toe mass. Like I guess I like to draw it by characters being very, very flexible. So, I'm not saying you have to do it one way or the other, just okay, there's like, okay, that's a bit of a jump. So this is why I like drawing the individual masses, because then you take control over the flow of a small part of the drawing. And I'm gonna work on the interpolation of these small masses. Let's move that one. And so again, I can go back to squiggle. I'm going to blur that mass, the motion of that mass. So this is the blur, like using these kinds of gesture blurs. Right, and I almost feel like there's kind of an up movement, and then there's a bit of a sag, like a weight. There's like a weight that's going down this way. It's like you can almost kind of feel like there's some thigh pressure. Like this is where there's like exertion. You can feel it. You like right there. You can feel like there's pressure being applied. Because if you stand and you kind of squat like a little bit, like you'll feel that thigh pressure. Yeah. There's compression. There's a feeling of compression right here. Right? Whereas, and the great thing about this compression is that on the next frame, boom, it's like we get that, like there's more contrast. There's a greater contrast between this frame and this frame now because we compressed it. And just because this thing's done, like here, I can just hit the blue. Just because it's done in red line doesn't mean it's done. Like I can just hit blue and say, no, we'll redo it. It's okay. Like all this stuff is still up for. And if you're not exactly sure where a thing should go, then remember there's always the scribble. Like I just feel like something needs to go that way. And the thing is, I don't know if it needs to be up here, or it needs to be here, or it needs to be here, or it needs to be here. When they start talking about arcs and timing, this is pretty much that, right? Except that oftentimes they do these little timing charts, and they'll say, oh, it's here, and this is how it smooths and slows down, right? But I leave my notes directly on the page. And I'm thinking, no, I want that thing to be over there. Let's move it down. I want more compression. Oh wait, this is the last frame. No, I don't want that frame. Kind of funny. I had a moment like I just every now and then when I'm working and I'm doing these sorts of things, I'm like occasionally the names of other animators will pop in my head. And I'm thinking it's like, oh yeah, wasn't there an animator that like let me see if I got his name right. I think it was like Ronnie Del Carmen. Let's see. Specifically his sketches. Let's see. This guy would do like, oh, he's more of a comic book guy. But then again, I think he's done some work for. Oh yeah. Let's see. Yeah, he used to work for Disney, Ronnie Del Carmen. And I'm just looking through some of his sketches. I'm like, oh yeah, there's just I just remember some of those sketches. Damn it, all the stuff I'm seeing is like really finished stuff. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let me just get this image address. Right. This is how some of the animation sketches look, right? Like I'm suddenly reminded of this stuff. It's like, oh shit. Now I kind of get an idea of what's going through their head when they draw. It's like, oh wow. Like when I'm doing this kind of stuff, like, oh shit, I'm starting to get. The other thing that this reminds me of, more than anything, actually, is not Ronnie Del Carmen, is Will Eisner. Specifically his sketches. So yeah, and I have like some of his sketchbooks. And this guy again, he's not an animator. Oh god. Oh, it's like a fucking puny draw. I need like give me something higher res. God damn it. Here we are. That's not sketch. No. Like you got to see his raw fucking sketches. This guy, he's like seen as like the North American godfather of comics and graphic novels. And if you've seen his sketches, like I'm suddenly reminded of like it's like what I'm the doodly crap I'm doing reminds me of one of his sketches. Fuck, why do it's like all I see are these really high quality finished stuff. It's like no, look at his raw stuff. Yeah. Trying to fucking you know what? All right. Sorry, I'll stop being lazy. Let me just go drag that book out. I'm telling you guys, like these books that I buy, it's like it's kind of funny is that they don't the knowledge doesn't really sink in until later, and then you're like, oh my god, wait, I remember seeing doodles like this. Now I'm reminded. Okay, let's see. Come on, no, give me the rough. Okay, maybe not this one. Maybe this one. Trying to find like his. Oh, okay. Here's the good stuff. All right, the good stuff. This is the good stuff. I got to zoom in on this stuff, and Maybe I can get some lighting on this. Okay, there we are. If we can get more light on this, then there'll be less motion blur. Oh, come on. Focus, camera. Please focus. Sorry, I have to pull it away from the... Okay, it's focusing now, finally. All right, if you look at these doodles... And the thing about this guy is he did so many comics. Right? And there's just something about the way that I'm doodling right now is like, oh shit, it's starting to get like his drawings. I used to like look at this stuff at the, you know, when I was, well, of course, it's always when I was younger. We're always, right? It's like, you know, I always look at this stuff and I'm like, oh man, this stuff doesn't look like nice, clean illustration. This stuff looks all wibbly wobbly. What the fuck's this? And now that I'm doing it, it's like, oh shit. Now I know why. No, this stuff is really good, actually. Right, so it's just, yeah. Will Eisner? Well, I mean, he's most well known for his work on the Spirit. This very, very, he made some of the first graphic novels, and I would say that he was a pioneer of the graphic novel medium. So graphic novels are like, you know, comics, and yeah. All right. All right, here we go. Oh gosh, that is... Now I know why they make dust jackets. Sorry, there's like some serious dust caked up in this thing. All right. I'm gonna move my stuff around. Okay. Yeah. There we go. This, now the thing is that this looks like black and white. It's not. You can see some bluish pencil in here. So these are actually color pages. They're color pages of black and white. Like, obviously these aren't real, actual, you know, graphite sketches, but the way they fucking printed this, oh, they actually have all, you can see the blue pencil in there. This thing is beautifully printed. And these are his sketches. So it's too bad I don't see any of the pure blue line stuff. But yeah. Like, look at the way that he fucking... Okay. Like, now I really understand the value of like drawing poopy. And the reason why I say drawing poopy is like look, there's the side of you, there's the audience, the uneducated audience side of me, all right? What I mean by that is the average person who's flipping through and scrolling on Twitter, okay? The vast normie would look, you know, the vast unwashed normies would look at stuff like this and say, what is this crap? It's not like beautiful, and it's not objectively nice, and it's not like realistic, and it's like, where's the inking? Where's the colors? You know, it's like, but I look at this as, it's still got a lot of soul in it. Like, it's all soul, and it's also captured in a way that's like this is like the bulk. This is the real. This is like if you pull away all the nice shiny layers on the top, and then you see something like this. Stuff is amazing. This is the good stuff. Yeah, I figured I had to show this to you just because it's like, I mean, yeah, I know even though I'm saying this stuff's good, I'm like having to say, when I start making these little doodly sketches, I don't want it to make it seem like I'm somehow pioneering this stuff. It's more like, no. I'm simply, I've I've reached a parallel development. It means that I've reached a bow and arrow situation. Is that the bow and arrow is a device used for launching arrows into distant objects, and multiple civilizations and disparate, tribes would have developed this thing at the same time, even though they had no contact with each other. And so I'm feeling like this stuff that I'm doing, it's like shit. I've unconsciously, just through working with animation, found that this is actually the best way to work. It's like this is a really good way to work. Like we have a bit of a bow and arrow situation. I've redeveloped a way of working. It's like, hey, wait a minute, fucking Will Eisner was doing this stuff for ages before, long before I was long before I was even a spermatozoa. Like the thing is that, I would, it's like I'd say that a lot of us enter into the art world and we're like, oh man, like I want to be drawing like amazing hot shit like this, right? This is the super duper clean stuff. This is the stuff that's like gorgeous illustration, right? This is the polar opposite. This stuff is like the polar opposite from what you would find on like stuff that Will Eisner does, right? And so if you were to look at a Will Eisner book, you're like, oh, that's not anything close to what I want to do. And then when you work at drawing, and then you try to do animation, you do this stuff for years and years and years. Like I mean decades, right? So I've got maybe about 15 years in this stuff. It's only until later, after you've maybe learned a little bit of humility, that you start realizing how good like the Will Eisner stuff is. Right? Like, noobs will look at this stuff and say, holy shit, this stuff's fucking awesome. And you know what? It is pretty awesome in its own right. It is. I still think it's really good. But the thing is, it's not like the only way to be good. It's like I would say that the stuff that I just showed you, like the Kim Hyung Tai stuff, like that's an awesome way to finish, right? That is an awesome result. But when I look at Will Eisner's rough stuff, that's an awesome way to work, and that's the difference. One of them is a way to work. One of them is a way to end up, and you never reach the end if you don't work for it. You don't yeah. Yeah, I know. I've been doing mostly programming these days, so like once in a while I make the time to draw. In this case, it's like it's like, what does it take? Oh, right, my friends have to like get caught in a hurricane, and their house has to be in dire straits to get me off my ass and and try and do a little fundraiser for them. That's what it takes for me to. But now when I look at this, like I like the looseness of this, and I was like, it's like, okay, let's trade that stuff. Let's trade over for. Whoops. Yeah, this stuff's all kind of angular and doesn't feel very anatomical. This stuff's like a little too clean, and like, yeah, let's trade over. Okay. In fact, these legs are very poorly drawn. Even though they're nicely lined, it's like, yeah, they're very poorly drawn. They're not anything like. Okay, now I'm focusing. Now I'm like, okay. Sorry, I know I've like I actually need to concentrate. In fact, I want those knees to go back. I want those knees to be all the way back here. And then here, I want those knees to really go forward. Let's move these knees. Okay, so they're going the right direction, but they're too linear. I need to push this one further forward. And this one, that's better. Yeah, now I see a better acceleration and deceleration. And I want that to arc a bit more too. So we'll drop that down. Drop down. Better. Oh, that's way better. This one went back too far. There we go. Now you can really feel those two legs like rocking back and forth. And what's bad is I'm always working on ones. But I think it's typical for me to work on ones and then later to go in there and then maybe put them on twos or threes if necessary. Hey, Cinetune. You like Golden Age comics and all the stuff Eisner made? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh man, like in Spain, holy cow, there are some really, really good, like really good comics. Like Heavy Metal, I don't know how they are now, but Heavy Metal, like I've got some books from them where they have some really good, like underrated. There's some really good underrated Spanish artists and French artists. But at the same time, I'm kind of glad. I'm glad in this really weird sense because it's like after having seen what success does to certain people, I'm like, or certain franchises, certain things. Sometimes I see that like success sometimes ruins things. Like some people don't know how to deal with the success and they let it ruin them. They let it change them in a way that just kind of corrupts them. And it's like, I'm glad that these things, I'm glad that the normies never discover them and fuck them up. It's like, yeah, I do wish that these people got a better just reward that they were granted fame, but at the same time, it's like I'm glad they didn't get fucked up by the normies. So, no, actually, you know what? It's not normies. Normies don't fuck things up. Normies are just customers. They're not to blame. It's the people that want to sell to the normies. But God damn it, normies buy this stuff. They buy the bad stuff, and so they fund it. Everybody's to blame. No one gets away. Sooner or later, we all get caught. I think I'm forever going to be a hipster. It's like I used to think, holy cow, there's all this amazing fucking stuff, and it's like obscure and not well known. It's objectively better. It's so much better. I wish people would fucking wake up and see this stuff. All right, that's the dream. But now that I think about it, it's like, yeah, and then this stuff would get normalized, and then it would get like sanitized. It would get normalized, and then it would get sanitized, and then it would be corrupted and destroyed, and it would wind up like every fucking woke remake out there. It's like, no, you know what? It's kind of a good thing. It's a good thing that I still have some old things that were obscure, and if I want to see more of it, I can make some of my own. It's like, does the whole world need to know about it, right? And I'm like, no, the whole world doesn't need to know about it. We've seen what happens whenever we try to take our obscure little comics communities and animation communities and try and throw it on the world stage. If you throw it on the whole world stage, then the worst people will come along and they will infiltrate it and then they will fuck it up. So maybe it's actually just for the best that we have our own little exclusive, spaces and tree houses, and and we make our own good things and we satisfy just ourselves, and we don't have to, does it always have to become a multi-billion-dollar franchise? Are there any multi-billion-dollar franchises that you know of that haven't wound up getting fucking corrupted? It's like it's always after things got successful that they kind of became sanitized and destroyed. It's like, oh yeah, they get review bombed. I know they get review bombed, but it's like I'd rather they just didn't, get woke. It's so hard to recover from that. It's like it's so hard to find where are the redemption arcs. I don't want to see that. Like I think that as long as you're hungry and you're always struggling, you've got a reason to. You've got your motivation. Like shit. People think to themselves, oh yeah, you know what? If I gain a gazillion dollars, if something that I do becomes incredibly popular and I gain like a gazillion dollars, I'm not gonna let that change me. And I'm like, bullshit. The bazillion dollars that you got changes the situation drastically. It will change your life in ways you never possibly fucking imagined. It's going to change you. The question is, how are you going to deal with it? What kind of person do you want to be when you become a gazillionaire? It's like if you want to keep doing the same thing when you become a gazillionaire, what personal changes would you have to make if you want to keep on doing this? Like for me, I think if something I did, made an enormous amount of money, I'd just be like, okay, this is a whole bunch of other people who've jumped on the bandwagon. I didn't get to really choose it. Like you don't get to choose what you become famous for, right? I didn't really, choose for this to happen. It happened, but it's nice, but I don't have to keep making a gazillion dollars forever because of the problem, right? People think that once they make a gazillion dollars, it's like, oh shit, now we got it. Like this is my life now, is catering to these people who gave it through like a gazillion dollars at you. And I'm like, I mean, that is one way to live. You can try it. But I mean, is that what you got into the business for? And so I guess at some point you're going to have to say, well, okay, look, they give me a gazillion dollars. I'm going to buy a whole bunch of new equipment and I'm going to keep on doing what I do. It's not going to get me a gazillion dollars. I'm not going to keep trying to make another gazillion dollars. I'm just going to be like, I'll take my win and go home and go back to what it was that I was doing. And I don't think many people can do that. It's like, I don't think there's many people that did. I mean, you have to think of it as almost like a corrupting influence. It's like somebody's just handed you the one ring. What do you do now? You get a gazillion dollars. That's a fucking test of character. My money and I need it now. There we are. So it's like, yeah, I've gotten 4 frames done. What made me quit visual effects? I just kind of felt like, after doing it for 5 years, it really wasn't ever going to turn into what I originally imagined it was going to be. It's like I had ambitions in terms of doing visual effects, and I just felt like the writing was on the wall. The only way that I would ever kind of get, the only way I was going to ever achieve my ambitions was if I left town. I would have to leave. I'd have to leave Toronto and go down to California and work for Hollywood. And boy, oh boy, it's like now that I know what things are like in California and Hollywood, I'm like, fuck, I dodged a goddamn bullet. I would have never learned to draw. And the thing was that I got into visual effect. I got into visual effects by accident, meaning that I wanted to work on video games. I wanted to be, programming video games. And the thing was that I went to a school for computer animation and post-production, but the first jobs and the only jobs that were available at the time were visual effects jobs. So that's why I say it's like, well, I was going with the flow, but the thing was that I felt that after 5 years, the flow wasn't going where I wanted to go. And I wanted to learn to draw. I wanted to learn to be an artist. It's just, if the industry doesn't give you what, doesn't take you where you want to go, you have to leave it. Yeah, like, Cartman, screw you guys. I'm going. It's like, yeah, I think they're the people who want to have money and influence, and they want to have, they want to be able to mold the world into something. They may have some grander visions for the world, right? And they always want to, be in charge of something big. Me, I'm like, I guess I don't have a lot of ambitions in the sense that I'm very happy with what I'm doing. If I can spend all my time working on things that I think that are meaningful, it's like great. And the thing is, I don't need to have a lot of money to do that. Like I don't have any desire to own like any super expensive Tesla cars and have a giant mansion. It's like, man, giant mansions, like, what it's gonna take to like vacuum the fucking place and keep it clean and maintained. It's like, I don't. Look, if you wanna, if you wanna do it, and if you enjoy that, great. It ain't for me though. I just know that. For me, I find like if I can reduce the scope of the place that I have to take care of, and then I can keep things stable, and if that frees me up to work on the things that I enjoy, then good. Do I do contract VFX? I used to, but now I live at home with my mom, so it's like, so it allows me to just do what I want here. I guess the main reason I'd want to have a gazillion dollars would be, well, I'm gonna outlive my mom. As most kids hopefully will outlive their parents. But there's going to be living costs and stuff, and if I have enough that I can live within my means for the rest of my life, that's great. That means that I can basically spend the rest of my life just working on animation and video games and doing what I enjoy and making what I enjoy. Like that's all I really want out of life. I don't want to have like, I don't want to create like a giant animation empire. It's like, not, I don't have any of those kinds of, crazy aspirations. And I guess, like, if I wanted to make a change in the world and influence the world of animation, it's like, great. I can show other people how this animation stuff works. I can show them how I make it. If I wanted to influence video games, I can talk to other video game developers. I could make a bunch of tools and share those with other people, help them make their video. Like that's as far as I want to do things. I don't have to fucking be some giant puppet master working the strings, working a giant corporate. I don't have to do that. I don't want to do that. I'd become the thing I hate most. Hey, Dark Legions. Maybe I won't bend that arm. I think it's better like if I keep it straight. Yeah, it's better if I keep it straight. Mm-hmm. Like I think some of the most important things to me are being able to sleep at night, not have some existential crisis. All right, so I got to throw in an additional frame here. So just drawing the blur. So we got this. Wham. There we are. All right, one more frame here. So I'm just gonna not a hold frame. It's like a like he's just gonna move a little bit more and just exaggerate it a little bit more. We're just gonna push the frame just a bit. In fact, I'm gonna sag his whole body mass down a bit. Trying to relax him. Okay, I think I made him sag a little too much. No, he that's way too much sag. So much sag. He's Bob Saget. Holy crap. Oh yeah. Hello, Tor. Yes, the disco ball practice is very, very good. It's like you can use it for practicing like any piece of anatomy. I just find that if you want to practice drawing a thing, don't just draw like one single instance of it. Practice drawing it from like the many different angles, and the disco ball gives you that experience. Yeah. I think if you have a lot of issue with like dust accumulation, then things like if you have central air, like maybe not central air, well, I mean if you have achu is the North American onomatopoeia for sneezing because you go achu, or gizen oh gesundheit is what you say afterwards, um, which means good to your health or good health. But yeah, you like the thing is that we have the furnace. We have the furnace on, but the furnace is not actually like the burners in the furnace are not running, but the fan is constantly running, and so it's sucking out the air, and then it circulates that air through a filter, and so that removes a lot of the dust. So we don't have too many dust issues. I have like small localized dust issues. That's it, but not so much problems with dust gathering on. Well, then again, no. Actually, mom comes around and mops from time to time. So yeah, you know what? I don't think there's any way to get through to deal with it other than to sweep it up from time to time, or mop it, rather. If you sweep it, then you're just going to stir it everywhere. If you actually use a wet mop, on the other hand, or a moist, damp mop, it will collect it much more effectively. There we are. Well, let's play that through. Okay, man, these guys, I may have to slow down their animation a lot just because this is a lot of motion to be. Like if I play it through, it plays like really, really fast. On the other hand, if I bring this down to like 12 FPS, 6 FPS. It's almost like it's kind of that's like this this segment here where that blood jar is filling up. Maybe I'll just have to slow it down and then run the rest of it at like 24 FPS. Yeah, so the timing here is obviously, as you can see, at 24. It's like whap, whap, whap. It's like way too fast. Needs to be slowed down. Sniffing? We just say sniff. Yeah, so I'll have to. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to carry through the animation I've got, and then I will later increase the timing on all of these bits right up to here, like really here, right? If we're running at 24 frames a second, this jar thing, this little blood vial fills up in 1 second. So obviously, it does need to be slowed down, but that's okay. We're going to keep on working at this frame rate. I mean, I'm going to run this whole thing. Like it seems that it runs best at like, okay, that's running. No, okay, 6 is probably slow. Let's try 8. I'd say something like 9, fucking 9 FPS. Like it's neither here nor there. Uh, uh, yeah, 9. It runs well at 9 FPS. So we'll have to slow that segment down. I'm not going to do it right now. We're gonna keep trucking at like 10 FPS for now, just to get the suitable amount of oomph. All right, so let's see. I'm liking the rough of that. Okay, and then I mean this is a blur. I'm just drawing the forearms, blurring like this. In fact, I would even get rid of this bit here. This is another thing about blurs, that like a blur allows you to go from A to B in a very, very short amount of time, but still maintain a sense of continuity. Like it means that people don't just see you they don't just see the thing teleporting there. They still have a rough idea of how it got there. Like that's an important thing about the blur or a smear, is that it allows you to go between two very, very disparate positions without losing people's eye. Like you want them to be able to read it. You want them to still be able to interpret the drawing. If you glitch things around too quickly, then they won't be able to follow. Yeah, so like for a moment the character kind of turns into some kind of weird Cthulhu creature during the blur. But again, right, it's like the whole point of this is so that when you play the thing back, it still makes sense. Like I'm dropping the pelvis down really low. It looks like some kind of weird praying mantis creature. Someone once asked, why do Asians seem to be naturally good at drawing? They pretty much get a 5-year head start by practicing Americans equivalent to cursive from the very beginning. I would say if there's one thing that I've got that's really works for me, that is it's spiritual durability. So, whoops. So by spiritual durability, I mean that it's spiritual durability in the face of adversity, in the face of like trying to get a thing done. It's like just a matter of not giving up. So it means that when things don't quite go my way, I don't just give up. I'm like, no, there's got to be a certain way around, making this thing work. And so I guess it's just I've got a greater spiritual durability in terms of, does this work? Nope, that didn't work. Does that work? Nope, that didn't work. Let's try this thing. Oh, that fucking broke, but I have a bit of a leeway. Let's try that thing, and oh, that worked. And so yeah, I just mean that I can't speak for all Asians, but I can say that I have an inordinate amount of spiritual durability. And, that comes from, I mean, I grew up in an abusive household, but, and I didn't have a lot of people telling me, like, I know my dad, like, he's never really my dad has never congratulated me on anything. And like, when I learned to program, like that was my dad fucking tyrannically saying, all right, you have to learn programming. Except that what happened is I would have to learn programming, but I was learning on my own. I had to teach myself programming with a book. And basically I was like, fine, I'm going to learn programming, but not in the way that you wanted. And I taught myself to make video games with the programming. So in a way, it was a form of malicious compliance. It means I'm going to comply, but not in the way you want. And then I was having fun with it. So this is what I mean by like a kind of spiritual durability. Is like it's a way in which I deal with adversity. Is that fine, you can try and force me to do things a certain way, and you can try and tyrannize me, but I'm going to obey, but in a way that you didn't expect, in a way that you didn't want. And and that means it requires a certain amount of lateral thinking. So it's the opposite of, well, I guess I'll die, right? I don't have a guess I'll die mentality. It's more like, fine, I will give you what you want and make you regret it. It's like my challenge mode gets activated. There's that phrase, right? Be careful what you wish for. So I've essentially become a person who's like, I guess like I'm a genie, right? The genie will give you what you want, but you'll regret it, right? So yeah, it's like, so the thing is, I guess I would say that, I grew up in a tyrannical I grew up with tyranny, like, you know, the tyranny of the household, as well as growing up with, well, I mean, in school, like I didn't get along with a lot of other people. And so it's just, you know, I got bullied a lot. And so same deal is like, I guess the reason why I didn't get ground down in school was because, well, it's like, you fuckers can't do, it's like they couldn't do they couldn't do to me what was happening at home. So it's just like more of the same. And so I guess I always had a rebellious streak. I always had like a, you know, I'll fucking get what I want. And so I guess I'm just very driven, right? But now it's like I'm good and old. I've mellowed out a lot. I guess it means that if I ever got really successful or really powerful, I'd be like, I don't really care about tyrannizing other people. I was just happy that once I was making video games that it's like, oh, I'm actually having fun and people are leaving me alone. And this is actually the best state ever. This is the most wonderful, blissful state ever. So, I mean, there's been times where people have made me moderator at a community and like, I'm the slowest band hammer in the world. I'm like, I'd rather, if someone's acting up, I'd rather talk with them and we'll have like a real, I won't like yell at them or anything like that. I won't ban them outright, but I'm like the slowest person to swing the band hammer only because I know how my dad was, right? I wanted to be the opposite of my dad. But I guess some people have grown up in really bad households and, you know, they figure, well, I'm in power now. It's my turn to be a jerk. It's like, there are people like that. I think there's a lot of people who once they, like you'll see, like once they gain a certain amount of power and acceptance, it's like the mask comes off. And they're like, well, now I'm in charge. I didn't achieve Zen. I achieved Nirvana. I found true happiness. Like for me, true happiness is making more of what I enjoy, bringing more of what I enjoy into the world, and nobody beating me up or, you know, just like nobody forcing me to do it. You know, no one forcing me to. Nobody just, and that's the other thing, right? It's like most times I feel like the people that would force me to do things were actually distracting me from making, you know, what I wanted. So same thing when I was in school. Like when I was in school, I was in a pilot project at Don Mills called Cyber Arts. They might still be going on for all I know. But yeah, it's like I had an art teacher that was basically a tyrant as well. And it's like, bitch, I am doing just fine teaching myself how to use an SGI workstation. I don't need you giving me like fucking assignments. Like I'm enjoying what I'm doing. You're just in my way. So, oh yes. And I just feel like if everybody could just figure out what kind of work they want to make or like what do they want to work on? What do they find is most meaningful to them? What do they enjoy making more of, right? It's like, what are they suited at doing? If you could just get rid of all the distractions and just focus on that, then you know that is to achieve nirvana. That is to achieve like a wonderful thing. And it doesn't mean that you just sit around and eat chips, right? It just means that you found something that is meaningful in your life that you're willing to struggle towards. The struggle and the thing is that you actually enjoy the struggle, surprisingly. It's like you feel fulfilled by the struggle. You feel like, you know, it's like, yeah, it's a hard job, but it's my job, right? Like there's that kind of feeling. It's a hard job, but I wouldn't entrust anyone else to do it. No one else is going to do it the way I want it, right? So that's the kind of mentality I have with the struggle. Same thing with when I'm like working with computer programming. It's like I fucking had to make a post-process effect that would work in VR and work on flat screen, and you can switch back and forth between the two, and it just fucking works. And I'm using the universal render pipeline in Unity along with single pass instancing, like that. All that shit had to work together, and I had to work to just make that work nice. And there were so many times where like the computer would say, nope, not going to work. Okay, nice that you solved this problem, but there's this other fucking problem. And it's like that just doesn't go. It's like there's that spiritual durability that comes into play. And I'm like, no one else is going to help. No one else is going to solve this problem for me. Or rather, here's what happens. Actually, other people did solve the problem. But the thing is that other people solved it by stages, which meant that there was, is that when they solved one stage and they talked about it in the forums, that's the oldest post. And then as they worked out further and further stages, the posts become more and more recent. But here's the problem, is that in a search engine like Google or DuckDuckGo, is that the first thing that's going to come out is going to be the oldest post, because the oldest post gets the greatest amount of time to propagate through the search results, and it gets trained up in the software, and that winds up being the first result. So you find the most outdated information first, and then you're going to try and, okay, let's try and solve based on this, and it's outdated information, so it's not going to work. And then you're like, shit, let's go back on the search engine, keep searching, and then I'm going to have to search using these new terms because I knew the problem that I ran into. And then you're going to get the second oldest post. And you're going to be like, okay, let's try that. And that's not going to work either. And then you're going to be like, shit, it doesn't work because of this other problem. Well, okay, I have some new search terms that I can use. And that's going to get you an even more recent post. And that's not going to work either. Okay. And it's going to repeat until you finally go through all of the same fucking posts and the same actions that all those other pioneers that came before you had to go through. And then you're going to solve the fucking problem. And then, actually, no. I solved the problem. I didn't know I solved the problem. There was an additional problem, which of my own making, because I went in there and I declared the main text in the fucking properties, and that was overriding some other stuff. So that's why I had created my own fucking problem, and I had to discover my own fucking problem and solve that. And then it fucking worked. That's my Friday. That was this whole week, and that last time when I finally got it working was this Friday. So it's just, look, man, if you've lived with adversity, then that's it. Your mind gets normalized to the adversity. And so anytime things go your way, you're like, oh my God, this is paradise. This is fucking wonderful. Every time things just actually work, anytime you flush a toilet and the shit goes down and it gets refilled with clean water, it's like, oh, this is a wonderful thing. Oh, isn't it nice when things just work? Like, my whole life is nirvana now. I've returned to the Garden of Eden. And every now and then, I have to, like, prune the hedges in the Garden of Eden. That's not so bad. Yeah. Yeah, it's like just to be left alone. Simply to be left alone is a wonderful thing. It's amazing. It's like you actually get to appreciate some solitude. It's like other people they want to, it's like, wait, you want to have 1 million followers? You want to have 5 million followers? You want to have like, you want to get like your golden YouTube play button and be loved by the world? I'm like, no, I just want to be left alone. I just want to be left alone. I just want to work on, like, I want to work on my stuff and just be left alone and be happy making that stuff. And maybe there's some other people that want to make this who also want to spend, a similar time making the same stuff. And I'm happy to help them, right? Like I'm very happy to help these people because, then they're going to make some more cool stuff and we can have more of that, right? That's all I want to do. I don't want to, live a life of like fighting and having to fucking, it's like, yeah, I guess you could live a life of beating up your bullies. Wow, how satisfying that is. And that's just less animation you get done. It's like now they're just taking up more of your fucking time having to beat them up. It's like that's just gonna, like, it's just gonna take you away from doing what you want. It's like, do you want your whole life to revolve around beating other people up? Or would you rather spend your time making another making drawings of hot waifus? Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I'd choose the waifus. A man chooses, a slave obeys, and in the end, I chose waifus. I chose rapture. Yeah. Moral of the story: don't use DuckDuckGo. Well, it's just because it gives you the oldest search result. It gives you the most established. Okay, the moral of the story is that the most established information is not necessarily the greatest information, especially in a situation where you have an evolving scenario. Yes. You want to draw hot waifus too. Look, isn't it a great, wonderful thing? You know, it's like there's a reason we call these people men of culture. To draw hot waifus is like the ultimate creation of new culture. Has anybody ever watched? Does anyone has anyone here had a chance to watch Macross SDF, like the original Super Dimension Force, Macross, like the original series? Okay, I've seen the some of the later ones. No, you have to watch the original series, and I swear it's real. Like I tell you, it's like holy shit, the story of culture of like, oh my god, you have to fucking. It's really. Oh, by the way, there's like the theme song is like dun, 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 dun. It's a space opera. It's an epic space opera. Yeah, it's low budget. You know, it's pioneering. Yeah, the animation. It's like, but there's something really good about it. It's just it's almost like there's a lot of heart and soul in that series. I really enjoy it. If you can find it, please do watch it. It's really good. Just look for Macross, Macross. You're looking for Macross SDF, Super Dimension Fortress. Yeah, Macross SDF. Look for, and for God's sake, please go with the subbed version. Don't get the. I don't know about the dub. I don't know about any dubbed versions. I was only able to find the subbed. I enjoy the subbed versions much. You know, this is just like kind of a thing to do with when it comes to like Japanese animation is always try to get the subbed. And you know, like I just would watch a little bit at a time. Oh no, I didn't watch a little bit at a time. I binged chunks of it. Like I binged it. I fucking binged it, and it was so good. Yeah, Macross or Macross SDF. Macross. Yeah, if you really want to say it right, then it's Makurosu. Yeah, Makurosu. There's something about it that's just really, it's like super, and that's the thing is like I saw it recently. You know, I saw it this year, like earlier in the year. Um, Maybe what, like April, I guess, around April. Really good. Oh, is that right? And Robotech is it's kind of weird. Robotech is like the North American version of Macross, and it was re-edited, and it's like a different story, and it's like I don't know, no, Macross. Yeah, you gotta watch Macross. Yeah, yeah. See the original. See the original. Macross is like the original, and it will teach you about culture. Like holy shit. it's it's such a fucking deep story for something that was made for like I don't know if this thing was made for kids, but like I tell you, there's some it's a deep fucking story. I'm not kidding. I also really like the epilogue, how it ended up. Like it was really good. And I feel like the story's actually become more relevant over time rather than less. Okay, I'm just gonna do that. I'm going to backtrack. And forward tracks. I just feel like there's something there. Okay, let's get rid of that. So I'm just rubbing back and forth over this little segment here. Maybe I should throw in like a key, like a bookmark. Okay, and then we'll put another bookmark here. Okay. This way I can flip back and forth like this. I wonder if, yeah, all right. And that's the other thing. It's like I could blur the whole thing. Again, when you're doing in between, see how well that is this is bridging very well. Like it's a very smooth bridge. So what I've drawn is I've drawn the whole flow of where that hand needs to go. But maybe I want it to actually go this way instead. Like maybe this is the flow I want to do instead. Yeah, so I'm going to knock this one back. I want it to be more circular or... And you'll notice that like I haven't taken any breaks. I haven't even gone to the bathroom for this whole stream. That's because essentially my breaks are when I talk to you guys. Like those are literally my breaks. I want to push that around. Whoops. I didn't mean to draw that there. But I do need that to kind of oomph forward a bit more. Yeah, can you really feel that oomph? And this is kind of a, oh, there we are. Yeah, I like that. So I need to flip through that. So that goes up. That goes down. And then we carry it up and that oomps forward. And so now this is like a really long, stretchy. It's very, very long and stretchy, which is okay because later I can tighten this up. Like the flow is the path that it has to travel through, but then you got to figure out how do you want to slice this whole flow up? Do you want to slow down a lot towards the end? Do you want to stretch out these bits in the middle? That's why. So that's what these lines do. Is these lines give you like taking a piece of chewing gum or taffy and just yeah. Mm-hmm. Is there a square on a disco ball that is always 1-to-1 with... Oh, so like if you had... let's say it was a geodesic dome made of triangles. I mean, there is always going to be one of the... Like if it was a triangle, then there would be one triangle that... I won't say is always facing you, but it might be slightly off. If you're always... Like, sorry, let me just get an image of a geodesic dome. Actually, no, screw it. Let's get a 3D model of a geodesic dome. And never mind a geodesic dome, but rather a geodesic sphere. Because you can't make a... here we are. Like, you can't make a sphere with rectangular faces. But if I chose something like, say, an icosahedron, right, then in this case, there's like, yeah, there's going to be one of these faces can face you like that. I think I can take this thing and subdivide it. Subdivide. Uh-oh. They're not. Nope. Hang on. That's not right. I think I had to triangulate it maybe. Isn't there a way to like smooth this thing? No. No. Dang it. I figured there would be a way to subdivide this, but you know, not that way. Here's another thing, right? It's like I'm going to use entirely look at that. It's like this is just using entirely the scribbly, gestury smear lines. And we'll see if we can get this to move right. It's like I don't have to draw a single like concrete form when I'm doing this. This is pretty cool. Oh. The system seems to have halted. Oh, here we are. And it's really interesting too because it's like when you're working illustration wise, you always want every single picture to make sense. But this thing is all like it's just motion vectors. It's all like none of these things look like actual drawings, but when you flip through it, it looks like, oh, okay, it actually is readable. And it's like I've always said, these spatio-temporal bridges are completely incomprehensible unless they're moving, unless it's actually moving. Don't try to understand them by looking at a still image. You'll regret it. God, it's so crazy looking at this. Like you're looking at these still images, like that's not a drawing. What the hell is this thing? But it's the beginning of a drawing. And I think this is it's like it's hard to use this for just illustration. I don't think you could because it has to move in order for it to work. And illustrations, well, don't move. Everything would just be all disconnected. Now, in order to turn these things into actual drawings, I'm going to have to find all of the solid masses and explain where in this mess of chaos they are. It's like somewhere in here I can actually see the pose when I flip it. So you draw the pose within the mass of lines. I'm going to break the joint. So I'm flipping the elbow over and the hands up here. I guess when I look at this for the helmet, like the helmet is like the guy's head is going through this arc. And it's like, I just know that I'm trying to figure out where his head is, or there's like a where and a when. And we have a continuum. That's what these are. We're drawing all of these scribbles are drawing the entire continuum of possibilities of where his head could be at any given time in that flow of time and space. And an illustration is when you reduce the scope of time and space to the point where you're drawing the concrete object. Oh God, man, I need to be this sounds like something I need to be stoned to understand. It's almost like when I draw this, you have to encapsulate. You're trying to make a bag of possibilities. You're trying to encapsulate. These are all whenever you make an illustration, that is a finished solution. It's the answer. You're making an answer. And so when you're doing this animation stuff and you're doing the in-betweens, then what you have is you need to create a bag of possibility, meaning that whatever's within this bag, this is the scope of possible correct answers. And so you got to say, well, the head is going to be traveling through space like this, and it could be anywhere in this little sense of continuum. And I'm not exactly sure where that is, so I need to flip the thing back and forth to get a good sense for exactly the sum when. There's somewhere. You got to know the somewhere and the sum when of where that thing should be in that bag of possibilities and narrow it down. Once you've narrowed it down to the point where it becomes a definite object, then you have yourself an illustration. You've got a solution. And the imagination does not work with solutions. The purpose of the imagination is to provide solutions. So the imagination can't work if you don't give it the bag of possibilities. And I like using the word bag because the bag is stretchy and kind of vague and malleable. Has anyone ever watched Batman Spider-Man? There's like a series of like we're talking some old media, old internet media. Batman Spider-Man. I just had flashbacks to that. Like this is going Batman Spider-Man. It's like you could do an animation of nothing but keyframes and blurs. Now that I'm looking at the way this whole thing is going, I can make a nicely drawn keyframe, and then I can blur, 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 and then hit the next keyframe, and then blur again, and then hit another keyframe, and like. Oh, whoops. This for I drew on a frame I wasn't supposed to draw on. Okay. Yeah, because I accidentally broke my this frame. This is the frame that I need to draw on. Okay, yeah, I broke my frame repeat by accident. There we are. There we are. So when you see that repeat, right, it's like we can, even though the drawings are fucking, they are for shit. You can tell. You can totally read his motion, like the body motion. Yeah, Mondo Media. So yeah, which did Batman Spider-Man. Now this is a skill, is drawing continuums. That's what these rough drawings are. They're little continuums, and they're readable when you play them through. Meaning, by readable, I mean they're interpretable. People can understand the action that is occurring. Like that's an important skill to have. And I guess when we're talking about things like gesture, like gesture in a sketch, it means that you can make a doodle. Like, it doesn't have to be a doodle, but you're going to put something on the canvas, and the purpose of that thing on the canvas is to give you an idea of what that figure is doing, like in terms of how it's oriented, where the weight is being applied, how things are moving in motion, where's the momentum. It tells you about the physical state, or at least tells you about the continuum of physical transformation. It's simulation. It's something which will will give you simulation data or allow you to read and interpret and imagine the simulation information. That enough that you could draw it, enough that you could imagine what that body is doing at any given time in that from that doodle alone. So that's what a gesture is, or I should say, that's what happens when you try to capture the gesture. It's kind of hard to really put your finger on, like to find the words for what a gesture really is, but it's like you can see how this person is like, you know, what kind of motion they're performing. And holy crap. All right, I'm gonna grab a package of seaweed. I'll be right back. But I think when I'm done this whole thing, I mean, I am gonna have to post it somewhere because I know, like, if I was, I mean, I'll probably just post it right on my YouTube channel. Maybe add some sounds, edit it together, add some sounds, throw it on the channel. Okay, back to it. Mm-mm-mm. I don't know why those eyes are. Uh. What I love about animation is that you're going to have a lot of keyframes and poses that are sub-ideal or non-illustrative poses, meaning that normally when you do illustrations, you try and pose everybody in a pose that looks good. But with like animation, you're going to get everything in between. And so you're going to find just different ways to draw things. And they're going to be funny. I may even have to time this thing so that when the moment he kind of does the hip thrust, then the tube ejects. So yeah, it's like I need all the drawings. I'll have to retime everything. Like I'll have to shift everything around and get the timing just right. So it's like we're gonna coordinate. I got him rolling his eyes back into his head. And here's another thing, right? It's like I find that I'll draw eyes in these like little poopy doodles because again the human mind likes to really likes to jump on those things. Like it likes to lock onto the eyes. So if you draw the eyes anywhere in there, it's like number one, the eyes are pretty fast to draw. Number two, it's like it suddenly makes it register as like a person, albeit a very nightmarish person. Oh, the eye is folded. Oh my god. The perspective, yeah, it's crappy, but I mean, we find ways to use the laws of perspective to like create some pretty funny things. This is like Salvador Dali. This is like a Salvador Dali drawing. These fucking eyes. I went totally. This is why you need your art background, your art history. I totally went Salvador Dali on those eyeballs. Oh, this is great. This is like that. Like a Salvador Dali clock. You know, where he did all this type of thing. It's like I went Salvador Dali on the eyes. I love it. This is why I say it's like you look at like a Ren and Stimpy comic, right? Or like a cartoon. It's, you get the idea. It's like oh my god, I just had a terrible nightmarish idea. No, there needs to be more. He's become like oh god, he's become Mr. Krabs. He's become Mr. Krabs completely. His eyes became like Mr. Krabs. I love it. This is why you draw the eyes first. Because the eyes are the windows to the soul. Oh god. All this time and space travel and the horrible distortions are just reminding me of Event Horizon. Oh, where we're going, we don't need eyes to see. Yes, the eye emoji. You know, I remember the days when they called them emoticons. Emoticons, and then someone decided to call them emojis. These fucking eyeballs. Look at these fucking eyeballs. They're so. Like you might get the idea that keyframes are the best. You know, that all the fun is in being a key animator. But I tell you, it's like in betweening. You got to learn to have. You got to learn to make the whole process fun. Like I'm purposefully going flat 2D on that because now we can actually show perspective. It's like, oh, you mean Spengbab or Spengebab? I remember Spengebab. I'd do a Google image search for it right now, but I imagine some not safe for work results would come up. So this would be like a completed rough drawing. I think this is another thing is that like when I see a lot of instruction, like I have a number of instructional books, they show this as like a rough drawing, and I'm like, no, 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 that's not a rough drawing, right? Like these are the like that's a rough drawing, and even then you can't understand this drawing by itself. You need to see the whole thing flip through. And so books, which are static images, are a poor medium for showing that, for explaining how this drawing is actually useful. You have to see it flipped. It doesn't make any sense if it's not flipped through. Like what's this fucking weird chicken thing? You need to see it as part of a flip, like as part of a sequence. Then it makes sense. Because then you're capturing the action of the motion. It exists within a continuum of time and space. Yeah. Well, like I say, it's like the reason why this stuff is not very well known is it hasn't been captured. It hasn't been captured effectively. Like it hasn't been captured. Like you can't capture it in a book, and a lot of instructional stuff comes through a book. You'd have to capture it through video, and you'd also have to show the actual process of it. If you try to show it, I guess we could take one of our videos, one of the record, like we could take a recording of this session and then cut it down. But it's like, man, there's so many like little bits in between. Yeah. And even then, it's like there's knowledge, but you're not always ready for it. Like there's lots of knowledge to be had out there, lots of good knowledge, but sometimes you're just not ready for it. It's like, looking at a doodly poopy drawing and being one of those people, it's like, yeah, but I want it to be super clean and awesome and really, it's like, but you got to be like, it's like if you have that mindset, then that information's not useful to you, right? It's like you're not ready for it. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is it's like, shut up. Just no, it's not. It's like not that simple. And really, like the only way that you learn this stuff, or the only way that you learn this stuff, is like you got to go through it yourself. This is why I'm like very pro individualist. Oh no, CalArts Beanmouth. Momentary CalArts Beanmouth. I'm trying to draw like some like double chins. Just to show the compression. And like I'm drawing his arm bending the wrong way. You get some kind of weird wing thing. I almost want to see like a science fiction. I want to see a like a sci-fi television series or movie that like depicts faster than light travel as like a very distorting experience. People going all like like I almost imagine faster than light travel would be a very traumatizing experience. Makes me think of all the times that people say, "Oh yeah, you gotta have good sense of anatomy. You gotta have good sense of anatomy." It's like, yeah, don't worry, your good sense of the good sense of anatomy is all that's gonna hold things together when you start a blur. Yeah. I think some of the Larry Niven known space, some of those series also would explain that when you were traveling in faster than light or near light, um, your spacecraft couldn't have like you didn't you had to make sure that you didn't have any windows on your spacecraft because like some fucking weird shit would happen with like light from the outside entering into your craft and like it would apparently drive you insane if you had your like a window in your spacecraft. I didn't fully understand their explanation. And somehow I feel like that was the point. God, it's like, look at that fucking thing. It's like, yeah, the drawing is being cleaned up. It totally went the whole person went Salvador Dali during the blur. This is just going to have to be my style. My style of animation is simply it's simply to make it where I draw nice keyframes and then all of the in-betweens are Salvador Dali blurs because I'm really enjoying this. This is just gonna have to become my thing. All right, quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. I gotta refill this water bottle soon too. I kind of realized that one of the reasons why I would take so long on, say, an animation like this is because I spend a long time always figuring out how it is I'm going to go about doing it. And especially finding a way that's enjoyable. And then the thing is that I never just develop this one great technique and I sit there doing that one great technique for the rest of the time. It's like, no, I get fucking bored of it. And I'm like, no. I have to find a new way to do this thing now that is unfamiliar. And so just keeps things fresh for me. I think it's the only way I can work. If I worked out some, like some way of doing things that I could just nail down and would be perfect. And it's like at that point, might as well just delegate that to some other, assistants and, train them, teach them, let them do it if they want to do that. But, I couldn't just do that kind of thing forever. It would drive me crazy. I could go insane. Like I can never work where there are no problems to solve. It would drive me crazy. I'd be like the first person to destroy Utopia just so I don't get bored. All right. I have Skyrim. I haven't played it before. I've seen plenty of Skyrim memes though, but yeah, it's I think one of the reasons why I never played it was because people well, I would hear about how people would spend a lot of time on it. And I'm like, oh shit, no, 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 I don't want to sign I don't want no I don't need no spiritual opium. I need to be limited by to 3 hours a week of playing Skyrim. Because then nothing would get done. I think the other reason why I chose to do an animation stream as opposed to just like a typical illustration stream is because I animation is probably one of the things I have covered the least and have the least experience in. One of the things I know the least about, and so I figured this is a much more interesting topic for me to cover because then at least I have something to talk about while I make the discoveries. Because I find that if I were to talk about things that I knew everything about and were super familiar to me, then what is the problem? Is that it's super familiar to me and I don't know what stands out as important to tell people. So I find just on working on something that's just outside of the realm of my expertise is more gives me more to talk about. I love it. It's really smooth now. It's like even though there's blurs, it's like the motion's still very easy to understand. Oh yes. Oh, I'm glad to hear, Jason. Thanks very much. It's really nice for you to drop in. Let me know. Like I've always tried to focus on not just teaching people how to draw this, how to draw that, but more like, what's the process of learning? How do you move forward? Um, how do you deal with the unknown? How do you deal when shit just doesn't go according to plan? I think a lot of being like an adult or a professional is about it's not like being a professional or being an adult is not about always knowing everything. It's like no, it's just that you're used to being confronted with the unknown. Things never go exactly the way they're supposed to, but you don't let that stop you from thinking, and you're willing to be flexible enough to like you're willing to be flexible with dealing with not getting your way all the time, and you find ways around it. It's like we always get into these we always get into things like art as being, what's that plan? Oh, that's that thing. Oh, is it no plan survives first contact, right? It's like we always start out kind of naive. We have our plan, but it's like no plan survives first contact with the enemy. Things don't go according to plan, and then being an adult means dealing with when things don't go according to plan. You still try to make plans, but and so when you're in any career, there's always these little humps that you get stuck on, and whenever there's that hump, it's like, oh crap, things aren't going according to plan. How do you deal? What do you do? It's like, what am I supposed to be doing now? Usually the humps that I find are because it's like, well, crap, like I got what I wanted, but it was more than I bargained for. Now I need something else, something different. I kind of feel like I know how schools are always supposed to, prepare you for the real world, and I'm like, okay, you really want to prepare someone for the real world. What you don't do is you don't show them a whole bunch of stuff going according to plan. You don't give them a bunch of assignments with a bunch of here's how it's going to work out, and then you got to do exactly this thing. You got to do everything to the letter. It's like it's not about following in the same damn footsteps. It's more like you want to you want to train someone for the real world. Good, throw them into the bush. Throw them into uncharted territory. Throw them into unfamiliar situations and have them figure their way out. Like throw them out of a plane without a parachute. Like get them to learn how to deal with things not going according to plan. That's how you prepare someone for adulthood. But if school is just about getting people to follow instructions, then you're not preparing them to be adults. Like school never taught me how to become a good judge of character. School never taught me how to talk to the opposite sex or how to talk to other adults, or like there's so many things that school doesn't teach you, which I think are very, very important. How do you negotiate a price on a thing, right? Let's say I've got, multiple contractors. How do I decide which one of these, is the best contractor? How do I get value for my money? You know, how do I balance my expenses? Like these are, I think, really important things that are part of being an adult, right? How do I deal with having a whole lot of money and then having the choice of either spending it on hookers and blow or paying off the mortgage? Like, that's part of being an adult. And I wish that, it's like, I think it's not that I wish that schools would teach me this thing, because obviously they're not, right? It's like, that's a quite a responsibility, and I don't think I want to leave it up to a particular state institution. But I just wish they drop the lie. I just wish they'd stop trying to sell school to me that way. I tell you what, school's done very well. It's like they taught me how to hate history. They taught me how to hate math. They taught me how to hate drawing. They taught me how to hate, like, that's what the schools do. It's like they really they taught me how to hate a lot of subjects. They taught me how to hate every subject they tried to get me to learn. That's what the schools did. They taught me how to hate other people. They taught me how to view other people with suspicion, like just the average, ordinary person with like a great deal of suspicion. They did a very good job of pathologizing me. Like, actually, the way I should put it is, they did a very good job of pathologizing me at a time when I was the most vulnerable. I think I found my answer. I found my answer to whenever people say, "Well, who hurt you?" And I'm like, "The school did. The school did. Let me show you on the doll where the school touched me." Yeah, history is like fascinating now. Once you actually start to realize what actually happened. Like what school teaches me about World War II was that suddenly, for absolutely no reason at all, people voted Hitler into power. That's what school taught me about World War II. Yeah. Oh yeah, you get people who are too emotional when they talk to you, and it's hard to talk sense. It's like, school didn't ever try to teach me how to actually hold a rational debate, like a real debate. You know why? Because that would have given students the power to talk back to the adults, which were the teachers. Yeah. Like the school will not teach you how to debate. I mean, that's the worst thing for them. Like they would never want to be engaged in a debate, like an actual fair, rational discussion of opinions. Like fuck, man, that's like their worst goddamn nightmare. They would never allow such a thing. They would never help their opponent because that's essentially what students are to them. We students, we were their opponents. That's how they viewed us. They're not there for us. It's like, oh, think of the kids. It's for the kids. Yeah, right. No, it's for your paychecks. It's for your cushy job. So they can, like, the answer is always, oh, they need more money. They need fewer students. Like, damn it, we can't indoctrinate these children fast enough. Now we have to deal with the fact that they're learning how to debate on the internet. Oh shit. Can't have that. Yeah. Oh yeah, the people that constantly interrupt you because it's just they're afraid of what you have to say, right? It's like a person who's been convinced that they want to commit suicide and they don't want to be talked out of it. They they want to make sure that no one changes their mind. Most of it on YouTube is yeah, whoever's the loudest wins. Oh yeah, no, like the worst thing ever I think for debate is that people want to win in the moment. So what I mean by win in the moment, meaning that when they have the debate, this is an event. It's fight night, and they feel like it's necessary to. It's like whoever said the zany thing, the really good zinger, whoever got the really good zinger and walked away looking the best, like that's who won, right? Whoever had all their ducks lined up and fucking got the 3-hit combo is the one who fucking won. And I'm like, no. Sometimes you hear a thing and you hear something new, and you know what? You actually need a little bit of time to think about it. How many times have I watched a movie, especially movies nowadays, watch a movie, go to the fridge, get a drink, and then I think, that movie was fucking bullshit. What if they did this and then and this? You start seeing all the fucking plot holes. And so debates are kind of like that too, or arguments are like that. Arguments are like, sometimes when you have a dispute with somebody, it's like you're trying to win in the here and now, and then you go off, you take a piss, and you're like, fuck, I wish I said this thing. Fuck, I wish I said that thing. And I'm like, that's not like, and so I feel that the format of the fast-paced, destroy them with facts and logic, Ben Shapiro style. It's like, I don't hate Ben Shapiro. I'm just saying, like, this is kind of the pace by which the arguments and the debates are being held. It's like, I don't think this is good. I don't think it makes for a good debate medium. And sometimes I feel like the best way to do debates is actually on like a text chat with the ability to embed links in videos and pictures. Because that way you can scroll up, you can find a thing that someone said, you can reply directly to that thing that they said, and show images and show here's some actual links of like, evidence and stuff. People can look at those links, they can peruse those links for a while and then say, okay, this is either good, or they could say, no, actually that's fucking bullshit. And there's some debunking stuff here. And like, this is why. And like, you know what I mean? Is like, it's much more, you can really scrutinize every single argument. And it's not about trying to shut the other person down. And if you have an idea about something that someone says, you can't be cut off at that moment, right? You can still be typing. No one can stop you from typing when you're having an argument on like, like a text medium. Like something like Discord, I think would be much more ideal for having debates. And it's not just about having the compelling speech. So it's like a lot of times I see these debates, which are these shouting matches, or it's about, being able to get your zinger off. It's like, come on. This is really civilized. Okay, wow, great. Well, I think the other thing about like a debate is it's generally it's not supposed to be about what's right. Sorry, it's not supposed to be about who is right. It's supposed to be about what is right. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, the shortened attention span is a real fucking problem. Like, and it's a real problem in many ways. It's like, how do you ever do anything amazing? Like, how do you do anything that, like, I think that amazing things take time. All right. Like, really good quality shit takes some time. Even the high quality shit posts take some real time. And it means that it's not just time. It actually requires your undivided attention for a certain, for a period of time. And if you're always, oh, look, a butterfly. Oh, look, a squirrel. Like, if you're doing that, how the fuck do you ever get anything done? How do you get anything, substantial done? How do you solve any real fucking problems if you don't have an attention span? How do you ever get to the bottom of anything if you don't have an attention span? And for that matter, it's like people seem to have the memory of fucking goldfish too. And I'm not talking about anybody here in general. I just feel like when you hear about one thing, in the news, 4 days later, it's like people seem to forget that it happened. Like, it just gets unmemoried. It just goes down the memory hole. Like, very frustrating. It's because there's no conclusions to anything. Nothing's conclusive. And you'll probably notice like the way that I stream is I'm just here to work. I'm just here to work and show the process, and if I need a break, then I'll sit here and talk for a while. But other than that, like, I'm just happy to work. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. You were in a debate stream, feminist versus the manosphere, and it was like, oh, both are just yelling. Yeah. Yeah, neither of them are. Well, it's like they're just talking past each other, and neither of them are really interested in hearing what the other one has to say. And I just feel like the format is wrong. The format, like, it's good that they're trying to have a debate. You know, I think the intent is right, but the execution's wrong. And I wish that these things weren't like fight night every single goddamn time. Oh, you got to push back on this. Oh, you got to push back on that. It's like, no. It's like, you got to take every single point and really properly scrutinize it and be thorough. And sometimes you won't find your answer right there and then in the heat of the moment. And I think people like that, right? People want things to be decided on right there and then in the heat of the moment. And let me tell you, like if you live with, like, I live with my mom, all right? And there were times where I would do things that were difficult for her to live with, and there were times when she would do things that were difficult for me to live with. We have a lot of differing opinions. But you know what? It's like, look, I'm living with her. Okay, I'm not gonna like just go off and rent some other house. It's because it's like I enjoy a lot of what I'm doing. She enjoys a lot of what's going on. So we're gonna have to work things out. And we're gonna have to be like a bunch of adults. Okay, it's like, and I feel like I get along with my mom a whole lot better than these other two people. Like these other people trying to have a debate. She's got all the cards, all right? My mom holds all the cards. Like, if she wanted to kick me out of the house, I'm fucked, all right? Okay, like, I would have to, like, my life would change drastically. I'd have to find a place to live. I might have to take on a regular job. Yeah, it'd be a suboptimal job, but, you know, I mean, I'd get by somehow, but it would definitely be suboptimal, right? So she holds all the cards, and yet I can still have an actual debate with her. This constant fast flow of information we adapt to it. And I would say, like, when I talk about things like an attention span, I feel like people, they rely on a thing called what I would call as well, I'm not the only one who calls it that, but it's called a dopaminergic loop. So there's a thing called dopamine. And what dopamine does is dopamine raises expectations of a reward. It's like whenever you pull the slot machine handle, then it's like, oh, I'm going to win big. I'm going to win big. I'm going to win big. Big money, big money, big money, big money, right? That's the dopamine. So dopamine raises expectations of reward or outcome, right? And so, you know, dopamine does right? Dopamine is not the thing that makes you feel good. But what happens is, if it is good, you know, so success. So, two possible outcomes: failure and success. If it fails, then you don't get any opiates, right? It's a minus effect, and in fact, it may even discourage. Failure can discourage behavior. Right, so success, on the other hand, is a reinforcing thing. It's reinforcement learning. That's all this is. Just, you've heard of it, right? Success. What do you get? You get fucking opiates. Endorphins. What is endorphin? What is an endorphin? Is like Mighty Morphin and Mighty Endorphin Power Ranger? No. Endorphin stands for endogenous morphine. Endogenous means it is produced within the body. Morphine. Oh yeah, what's morphine? An opiate. It is the opiate from within. It is the good chemicals that your brain releases whenever you achieve success. It is the closing of the expectations of outcome. It's the dopamine. It's the dopaminergic loop. Then what happens is you get habit forming. And then we return to our state once again like that. And so then there's the next thing that you're trying to do, right? So then there's another problem, which once again, we're going to try something out. Going to make an attempt. / sacrifice. And then once again, the same thing happens. Over the course of the work or over the course of the sacrifice, you always think to yourself, oh yeah, I think it's going to go good. I think it's going to go great. So I think the problem is that you got this dopaminergic cycle, right? This is the deep structure, the thing that goes on inside the brain. And so what happens is when people watch a debate, they want to see Steven Crowder win. It's like, change my mind. They can't wait to see Ben Shapiro kill somebody off with regions, utterly destroy the other person with reason and logic, right? Like they're waiting for this, right? That's why they keep watching. Again, I got no problem with like I don't have anything against Ben Shapiro, right? His arguments are pretty good, right? I enjoy it a lot of his content. But this is the thing that this is how it works, right? People watch debates with the expectations of an outcome, and they just want to see. They don't really care so much about what the debate is. Like they may be polarized, and they just want to see their guy win. They just want to see their idea and their side win. That's what they're really into. So I mean, they're every living creature, myself included, all right, likes the fucking opiates. All right, can't. What do you mean you don't like the opiates? I mean, fucking, it's the joy chemical. All right, you can't. Oh, I like being unhappy. No, you don't. All right, no, you don't. You like being happy. And what is a state of happiness? All right, a state in which your brain has been flooded with opiates. So I'm sorry, that's just the reality of it. And unfortunately, the entertainment lately and the technology lately has been so good at supplying endorphins and triggering the endorphins and the opiates that I think we've become a little broken. We've become short-circuited. We're short-circuited now, and so so what I do is I just had to fucking unplug from all that. You got to unplug from all that shit, and then get you have to make it so that it's not that you're going to not have any endorphin. It just means that you're going to decide where it is you're going to get your endorphins from. And I choose to get my endorphins from the rewards of hard work. That's all it is. It's like I'm gonna work for 8 hours a day on a video game, busting my ass on a thing, and solve a problem, and I'll get some endorphins from that. Or I'll work on some animation, and that might make a pretty funny animation. I'll get some from that, and I might discover some new techniques along the way because I got such a short attention span. But at least when I discover a technique, it gives me a little rush as well. Right. So that's all I do is I'm a fucking endorphin junkie, just like all of you. I'm just like you. But the thing is, the difference is that I actually choose. The difference between me and a lot of other people is I actually choose where I'm going to get my endorphins from. I'm working on just a goofy anime. Okay, so I guess you probably haven't seen the planning stages of this, but I have a whole storyboard of human mosquitoes who are withdrawing blood. So human mosquitoes, meaning basically I'm just going to take a couple of mosquitoes and depict them as human beings, as astronauts. So they're basically sitting on top of some giant creature, and they're gonna draw blood from it, and then in the course of their work, there's going to be a giant freaking earthquake. And then something's going to try and smash them, and they're going to have to flee on jetpacks. And meanwhile, this giant creature is trying to swat them. And one of them is going to get swatted. Yeah. So it's just human mosquitoes. It's a dumb idea. It's a completely stupid idea. And so yeah, I'm just drawing these people like I have like scenes like where they that scene. That's like the first scene. This is the second scene. Meanwhile, they're waiting for the like they're waiting for the blood vial to fill up. Yeah, grab it. Yeah. So they. Meanwhile, this other guy's just doing like hip thrusts. So this guy's fooling around while he's waiting for the thing to fill up. I'm gonna have to change the timing on that. We're gonna have to slow that down a bit. And then this guy's gonna put his little thing on there, and he's gonna start doing the hip thrusts, and then, or rather, actually no. What's gonna happen is that when he puts his on, he's gonna slam it down, and when he slams it down, there's gonna be a giant earthquake, and it's gonna go rumble, 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 and then we're gonna see like a shadow coming from above. So this is a big old plan. There's a plan for all this, and it's big. It's stupid. It's a silly animation, but you know I enjoy the process of it, and that's why I'm doing it. The other reason I'm doing it is because this is. I know I'm very bad at asking for donations. It's a fundraiser for a couple of my friends who had their house wrecked by Hurricane Ida, and so I'm trying to help them raise funds. We have a PayPal link, but you know, again, you don't have to. I always feel bad about saying, "Oh, please donate." Well, you know, it's like we need your help. I can't do that. I'm not very good at it. I can only ask on behalf of other people. That's about it. Because I don't require it. I'm fine. I guess that's probably the only thing that I would regret, you know, about not being super big and famous is like I don't have a fire hose of followers that I can direct at other people that I know. That's about it. I hate donating to rando charities because I have no idea how they're spending their money. Friends, on the other hand, it's like, okay, well, yeah, I know what they've got to do. With friends, you know, it's at least there's trust. At least it's like, you know, if we donate money to my friends and they were to betray me, you know, I could say, you know, it's like I could say I trusted you, but not for like total strangers. I know. I'm actually having the distant hand being the one that grabs the vial. I just like I just really enjoy exaggeration. like over exaggeration, just ridiculous. Because to me, the opposite of ridiculous exaggeration is just things being way too stiff. Do I have any active socials? YouTube is probably the most active social I have. Um, Twitch being the second. But in terms of like a social media where I leave up my low effort shit posts, I don't really have any. But you know what? You want to know something really funny, guys? Tumblr of all places. Tumblr of all places seems to be gradually coming back to what it used to be. Meaning before the whole like apocalypse that happened there when they like destroyed all the not safe for work content and like they just like they've been so thoroughly and utterly destroyed that they're now kind of hanging on by a thread. And they seem to have returned back. It's almost like they've returned back to the way they were before. And I'm almost thinking like, yeah, like they actually have not safe for work content there again. And they're not very well policed. And I'm like, and they're not very popular. And I'm like, I almost want to return there now. I know of all fucking places, I'm thinking of going back to Tumblr. Just because it's like I used to I still have all my credentials. I can still log in there. I used to post a lot of, how to drawing stuff there. I'm almost thinking of returning there, like, because I like the format of posting on Tumblr. I like the blogging format. And yeah, exactly. It's this enormous cesspool. And I'm like, this is perfect. Like I want to go back to a cesspool that is not policed, right? Because the thing is that you look at a place like Reddit, and Reddit is notorious for the amount of modding and crap that goes on, because that's a place where, you can sway public opinion, and there's a lot of money involved. Tumblr, on the other hand, there's no fucking money. They ain't got no fucking money anymore, right? They are past that point, meaning they've tried, they've failed, and that is fucking perfect. It means that they are scorched earth at this point, and that means that you can't, right? It's like, that's what I want to do, is I want to go back to a place where it's basically been scorched earth. It's never going to become mega successful, and at the same time, it's never going to become mega police, and I want to, yeah. Like, I don't care if it's Tumblr or wherever. I just want to be in a place that's not policed at all. I want a wild, wild west. That's what I want. If I'm gonna have social media, I want a wild, wild west. I don't want any policing or any of that kind of crap. I'm just sick of it, right? Yeah. Oh, really? Wow. That's rough, because whenever you file a DMCA request, you have to give them you have to dox yourself. Yeah. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, if it is a site, it would have to be number one, definitely not Twitter. I don't want a site that limits the post length, because I prefer blogging, and sometimes I like to speak at length on things, and that would be the main reason why. It's just I like the blogging format. Yeah. 4chan or 8chan. I mean, I think they're, but the thing about 4chan and 8chan is like you got to be anonymous, right? So that's not really like it's not social media in the sense that you don't really have a profile or a history or anything like that. And 4chan also, your post will eventually go into oblivion, right? So posts only last so long on 4chan, and maybe they get archived sometimes, right? But for the most part, your posts will decay and get blasted into oblivion at some point. So that's why that's also out, right? It's like usually if I make a tutorial, I expect for people to be able to see that thing over and over again. So it's like, yeah, 4chan, I don't, I don't have a problem with the community. It's just the format is wrong. Like I need like a blog that lets me insert pictures and then add text and then pictures. And usually it's like, this is why I just hang out on my own Discord server, because this way it's like, it's small, it's quiet, there's nobody canceling each other, and it's like there's none of this policing that has to go on, and it's just the right format. So yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, I'll be there. I need about 5. I guess we'll probably that was the dinner gong, so I guess I'm going to be closing up here. Whew. Artist called Big. Wow. Well, like I say, it's just the reason why I don't want to place with any like moderators and all that crap is just because sooner or later that stuff just gets out of control. It's like I just don't trust people with power, and I just wish that like there's only one other way I could think of doing it. That would be like if I had social media, it would literally be on zero net. That's about it, right? It's like if I ever were to post up things, I post them on zero net because I know like they'll be up there forever. But there's not enough people on there, which is kind of unfortunate. I wish more people knew about it and would get into it. It's basically like it's like a parallel internet over BitTorrent. That's the best way I would describe it. So yeah, if you post something up there, then it means that like all the bandwidth costs is it's basically hosted by your viewers and your audience. So that's how it covers that. And then the fact is it's completely decentralized, so it's impossible to take anything offline, which is awesome. But it's kind of hard to tell people about it. And most times what'll happen is someone will get on there, realize, hey, this is a dead fucking place, and then they won't stick around. Really hard to get it started. And then the other thing is just I'm always working on programming, so I don't generate nearly enough regular content. It's like you can't stream up there either, because you can't really stream over BitTorrent either. It's hard to do anything live. Okay, so anyway, I better make like a baby and head out. And yeah, I guess we'll do this again another Saturday. We have raised today. We have raised $11. Awesome. All right. I'll talk to you guys later. Have yourselves a good night.